Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Neon Lights in Night City, the actual play stream of Cyberpunk Red,
Hey, I heard
the
you
only
missed us. We're
tabletop game on this
back.
channel that doesn't have dragons. This is a no dragons setting.
There are no dragons allowed here. There will be no from here on out. There's no dragon posting allowed here.
There may be dungeons, though.
There might be
There might
dungeons,
be
possibly.
dungeons
We'll see
of
what
various
happens.
varieties. We'll see.
I mean, listen, this is a sex positive future, so I'm sure there's at least a couple dungeons around.
I was waiting.
This is fair.
It
It had to happen.
That's kind of what I assume, honestly, when it comes to dungeons in a modern setting.
Like Thanos, wasn't
I mean, listen, there's really not many other ethical reasons for having dungeons around in the modern era. To be fair,
Yeah.
there aren't really a lot of ethical things going around in Cyberpunk, but
That's fair. There may be some less ethical dungeons.
Sounds like a good reason for there to be more dungeons, then.
sounds like the modern prison system. Anyway,
Sounds like a
intros.
dungeon
Tate, do the thing.
Hi, my name's Tate Washburn. I am running this game. I am everyone other than these four in the world.
Wow.
Okay, and then it's me. What's going on, everybody? It's your favorite Fox, Young Foxy, aka Big Foxy, with my co-star here, Young Tinker, hanging out with me for a little bit. If you're looking for me, you can find me on Twitter at Young Foxy. Today I'm playing Fox the Fixer. I've said Fox 5 times in this sentence already. That's amazing.
It's what happens when you make your Twitter handle your character name and your internet
And
name.
listen,
Yeah.
it's a brand, okay? It's a brand. But yeah, so I'll be playing Fox the Fixer, who
Remember,
is
children, brands are not your friends.
brands aren't your friends,
no.
but Foxy is.
There
But yeah, so I'll be playing Fox the
Yeah,
Fixer,
social
who is happy
relationship.
about all the money we just ran into, which is pretty great. And I'm looking forward to spending that money on things for my daughter. And then we'll pass it over to my man Joe, over to your right.
Hi, my name is Joe. I'm playing Dion
It works, yeah.
Media. I am excited to jump into whatever we're doing.
Catching up
No
on what you missed, huh?
Maybe, hopefully.
Love it. It's Discord order, by the way. So next person.
Oh,
Dan.
all right, Michelle, you're up.
No, shut up. Do the thing, Dan.
Dan.
I'm Dan. I play Huckabee. I'm a doctor and other stuff.
Is there a doctor? in
Mostly a
the-
doctor.
You find him on Twitter and Facebook. Alright, okay, give me 1 second to stop laughing.
You got it. Take your time.
Okay, I'm Michelle. I play Lynx, the Netrunner. That's it.
That's it. That's all you really need to worry about. and with that said and done, we want to remind everybody that. So yeah, first off, we're happy to be back. Last session was kind of weird,
Hey!
but we're here ready to carry on with actual story based content. We're glad to see all you guys hanging out with us, which is fantastic.
Apologies to anyone who was hoping for more Jackbox.
But don't worry, maybe in the future. But I do want to
We'll do
mention
Jackbox later.
a super quick announcement. We are officially 7 followers from the 50 to make affiliate, and we're a couple stream days away from the consistent content. So in order to make that push happen, we are gonna do a 30-day sweep of content here on Neon Lights. All kinds of crazy shit. First off, thank you, Fancy Taffy, for the follow literally just now. So now we're 6 follows from what we need. Shout out to that, by the way. But yeah, so basically, here's what's gonna happen. Over the next 30 days, you're gonna see our regular old Neon Lights content, of course. Obviously, we're gonna be here every other Sunday. You're also gonna see our D&D campaign, Seven Suns, launch next Saturday. So you're gonna see 3 of these lovely faces here. Or I guess 4 if you count me. I'll be GMing. You'll see Tate, Dan, and Michelle here as players,
But you
along with
said
another
lovely
friend.
faces.
So yeah, they'll all be joining us for some D&D. I am also going to be launching a 3rd campaign that I can't talk more about yet, but if you're hanging out in our Discord, you might know a little bit about it. But yeah, so understand that we're gonna have some serious
Sounds like a
content
good
pushing for
time
you
to
guys.
Post the link to the Discord.
Oh yeah, this would be a great time to post a link to the Discord, which I can't get because I can't get to Discord right now. Someone should do that.
I'm
because-
on it.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Oh,
So yeah,
I attempted to and failed because
That's-
reasons. Anyways,
you did your best. The
Did
most
you
important
get
thing is,
modded?
but yeah, so if you just keep posted. Please follow us. Please hang out with us. We're gonna do some awesome, super, super fun things. We still have the new one shot to run once Lerner's feeling better. Also, shout out to our friend Lerner over there. Please send him your love and affections and regards as he is healing up right now. So please send your energy and all your positivity to Lerner, or else I will come to your house and steal something. So yeah, so that's where we're at. So yeah, please stay posted. We got a lot of shit coming. If you guys want to, spread it around, spread the word, follow us. We got so much shit coming over the next 30 days. If we want to get affiliate, if we get affiliate in the next 30 days, understand that we are gonna go nutty with content. With that said and done, I have no more other announcements to make here. Yeah, that's really all I got to make. Tay, you want to go ahead and do your usual thing you do, where you bring us into the things with the things?
Yeah. So as a summary for last time, you had just finished a battle, or really more of an ambush of the people who were attempting to ambushing you at your own apartment. You're not really sure who they are. They seemed extremely tactically ready, and Elijah, who you did not know until this point, was actually all he said was that it's his job to find and eliminate Arasaka units, and he didn't get much else out of him. He took away 4 of the bodies that were apparently his men, and you sort of stripped down and sold the cyberware from the 5 remaining. Of those 5, you managed to find that they each had some pretty valuable weapons-grade cyberware, but they also had a pretty interesting, unique neuralware that let someone else watch what they were doing, as well as another one that seemed to be some kind of, I guess, heads-up display powered by an AI that could be programmed for anything. You had an inkling suspicion you knew it was programmed for murder. Probably. I mean,
More than likely.
more than likely. After selling that and making a metric shit ton of money,
Woo woo!
you managed to... Yeah, no, metric. It's important. You're using euro dollars. Come on.
As opposed to an imperial shit ton?
Yep. So you then know that you're going to have a chance to talk with Elijah about what the hell that was. What I wanted to get into, though, because Dion was not there, is what Dion was doing. Specifically, I'm going to do a little bit of guided stuff, if that's all right, you, Joe. But effectively, after you were told, hey, you got some time, I think the first thing you would probably do is, as you often do, research. I would like to remind you that the last session you were in, you had just found out an old friend of yours from when you were an experiment is around and using a fake name, and there were people who were stalking her online in what you assume is a very dangerous way, a way that reminds you of how tactical units tend to do this sort of thing. You can spend that time however you want, but I generally said you were doing some sort of research, so I was making some assumptions. But we can retroactive that if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, let me look at something real quick. Alright. Can I try tracking her down?
No, Tim, not that kind of research.
He can.
I mean,
No, he can
listen,
do-
we were all busy, so that he had the place to himself.
Yep.
I mean,
We all went on a giant shopping spree without him.
Was it a shopping
that's a
spree
big
if all we
thing.
did was make money?
Yeah, it was like the inverse of a shopping spree.
It's a reverse shopping spree. We
A
had
selling
we went on a
spree?
capitalism spree is what we did.
No, Tim and Allie. He hopefully is not. I mean, if you want to be whacking it the whole time, I don't know. Yeah, I'll say if you want to track her down, I'd say your 2 options are either a standard research roll, which will get you information generally, or we use your rumors roll that you have as part of your class ability, where you would roll an appropriate stat and skill, so probably library research, but it could be any skill that you want to justify, plus a d10 against a DV that I have here in the book, and that will tell me how solid of a rumor you get about the thing you're researching.
okay. Probably we'll go with the rumors then.
Mhm.
And let's see.
So yeah, if you're going to use the net, or I guess it's the data stream, if you're going to use that to research, then it is going to be a library research roll.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. Okay.
And I can't remember if you have an agent or not, but if you do, like the smartphone thing, that if you do, it's a +2 to this roll. But I don't think you'd have that.
All right.
Do you not have an agent?
I
I
think
don't.
It's expensive, man. It's a minor AI, so.
All right,
I
that's the
do
first.
have
That is the first thing we're fixing when we get you this cash, bro. We are getting you a
No,
goddamn agent. Oh,
I have an agent.
okay, cool, good. Thank you, God.
How much?
Okay. It's a +2 to your roll. If you already have it, then we're not gonna calculate how much it's worth.
I mean, you also had a +2 to from chat as well, because you got one from as a welcome back from Ollie.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
So yeah, it's library research roll +4 then.
All right. So. All right. +2 from the from chat and +2 from the agent.
Yep.
Yeah, and a thing I'd like you to do is so an agent is an AI with personality. What kind of personality would Dion have in this digital assistant, do you think?
Probably like probably a very like measured maybe secretary type persona. Doesn't say anything that's not necessary to say.
Okay, so similar to the one that Foxy has in a way.
Probably.
I have
Okay.
a clipped businesswoman in my agent. She's meant to, handle all my generic tasks that I don't ever feel you like doing.
That's what an agent is for. And to be clear, lore-wise, this is not a true AI in that it doesn't really do anything that you don't tell it to do directly. You can set things for it to do, like instances, say, screen my calls for people I don't know, but it doesn't have any like initiative, and in theory has no self-awareness really. It's just extremely complicated.
Okay. So
But yeah, so do that roll.
Tate, Ollie wants to know if agents can learn to love.
Ollie, as they are when you buy them, no, but if you modified them enough to be self-aware, probably. I don't know.
Well,
That's
it's
technically
also
illegal.
there
Yeah,
also
but-
are people in lore who like go all out and like buy full on like construct bodies for their agent to keep as partners.
Companions.
Yeah, we'll go those words.
Isn't that what
Companions
Candy
and
Crush
partners.
Yes.
So like reverse my ex. Oh no!
Oh boy. Oh boy, Tim. That's
Oh
pretty
no,
good.
Tim's
Oh, no.
trauma posting. It's okay.
And yes, Allie, sex bots. That's the thing we were saying.
Yes,
Sex
there's a
bots.
lot of
Yeah,
sex
like we
bots
said,
in Cyberpunk.
companions.
But isn't that just the movie Her?
Yes, it is.
Kind of, yeah. The difference is that AI 100% have already existed in the world. It's just like they're super illegal now. Like you are not allowed to make them.
It's a bad.
Kind of understandable.
I would like to say that in lore it's because they realized, oh, making a whole person that you can manipulate every essence of their being is wrong. No.
Honestly, my ideal government would ban all intelligence. Period. Artificial or otherwise. Just
No thoughts.
No,
No
no,
thoughts
no
allowed.
thinking
You
allowed
know
here.
how you play Stellaris.
Anyways, Dion rolled a 20. That's pretty good. You get a substantial rumor, and you're specifically looking into where Jess is. I think the last thing that you found out when you were researching her was that she has gone to ground, like she was suddenly aware of that she was being followed. You're not sure if she was aware of you or if she was aware of the people following her, but you couldn't find her then. As you're looking around, I think that you find where she was living, but also find that she has immediately moved out. And I think that you actually, instead of finding her, you find the location of the people going after her. At least you think.
Even
You
better.
effectively track down like location data for a bunch of accounts that to you are plainly, obviously just there to stalk this former friend of yours. It was Tess, not Jess, actually, if I remember right, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of Tess. Sorry, there's a Tess and a Jessica, and it's getting to me.
Is there?
But yeah, Tessica. I mean, we don't know what Tess is short for.
I just assumed it was short for Tess.
Wait, I'm sorry, Tessica.
I mean,
Wait, but we already have a Jessica. That's a bit much.
we're going with Tess. But anyways, you find a bunch of location data on these accounts, these pages, that points you to a old warehouse on the eastern side of the city. And I think as you dig into it more, you find that some of the money paying for these accounts is from Arasaka, or at least the company formerly known as Arasaka. They're kind of broken up into many pieces. A sort of background for the people who are not sure on the lore, the world is the way it is now, kind of broken because Arasaka and Militech, two big corporations, fought too hard. They ended up destroying a lot of infrastructure, and Arasaka is the one who kind of lost, is illegal in the US.
Someone did a nuke.
Yeah, they kind of did a very small nuke on their own building in the center of the city. It's why if you look on the map, there's that like a dark part here. That's just where it's all super irradiated.
Oh look, we're actually already on the map right here. Look right there in the middle. See, look at that, chat. That big black spot there. Yeah, someone did a nuke. So, so that's a thing.
Yeah, a casual nuke, as Tim said, just a small one.
Some light nuclear warfare.
Mm-hmm.
Now, unfortunately, this does kind
when
of
they did the
expose a
nuke, it
slight
even
lore
looked something
consistency,
like
as
this.
despite the nuke going off here, and in canon Fox being from here, it is canon that somehow the devastation from the actual thing is what killed Fox's parents. So,
well, that city center is at that point was the city center. Most people worked there.
That's true.
It's entirely everyone was going there constantly all the time. So yeah, your parents probably worked there or just were visiting there. You could have just been shopping.
It's not like I would know. Because they're dead
But
now.
anyways, Arasaka hit squads are supposed to be super illegal, even like by corporate standards. Like the U.S. government, as unpowerful as it is at this place and time, still is going to send a bunch of people to kill any Arasaka people they can find.
Of course.
And so yeah, that's who's going after your friend Tess. At least you're pretty sure, and you kind of know where their operation base is, probably. You also can find her old apartment, and there might be some notes or some things there you could go to. And I think because it's a day, like it's been like a day and a half that for the last session, you do have a day and a half to do this if you want to go and find that and do some physical snooping around.
Okay. Yeah. What skill would I use for that?
Well, first I would like you to roll me some street smarts to sort of get there.
Makes sense. Where's my street smarts? My bad. I will wait. Okay. Oh, streetwise.
Oh, sorry, yeah, streetwise.
That thing.
Wait.
Hey, roll another d10 for me and add it to
Hey,
it.
big crits, big
Hey.
crits, big crits.
Crit.
Get my luck early.
20.
All right, 22. You, especially as someone who doesn't want to get shot at, and the fact that Tess's apartment is in the old combat zone, you are pretty adept at this point of just finding the right pathways and alleyways and stuff to not end up in some Jigsaw's trap or some Booster Ganger's target. So you managed to make it there pretty safely. It seems like it is an old, all the buildings here are abandoned, but abandoned apartment complex that someone nearby has like sort of rigged up to still get a certain amount of power and access to the data stream and stuff like that. But it's not nice. And you do find where her apartment is, and the door is locked when you get there.
Is there a lock picking skill?
There's definitely stuff like that.
Imagine.
I would.
Didn't know if there's
trying to
specific
see.
one.
I'm interested to see what you come up with.
Let's see. First, I guess
There is a
I'd-
pick lock skill, by the way.
Oh, okay.
So you could use that one, arguably.
First, I would like to.
There's a lot of skills, chat. Just so many skills in this game.
There's an insane number. You know what? I'll even let chat know for a bit. Here, chat. This is Fox's character sheet. Here we go. Boom.
First, I would like to put my ear up to the door and roll.
Those are
a
all the
perception
skills.
check. Well, I guess you tell me what the check would be, but
No, you would roll, and then we'll see if you get high enough.
Okay. So it is perception. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh, no, what?
Tate, come back.
Tate, you've ascended again.
Is my camera dying still? This is the worst. Yeah, sorry. Perception would be that.
Okay. Oh.
21.
21.
Come on.
Yeah, you look into the building and you're attempting to. You don't hear anything in there. I think part of that is you also sort of feel around the door frame because there's plenty of ways to sort of set up traps there, and you are pretty confident no one has like booby trapped the door either.
Okay.
Just give me a second to fix my camera.
Take your time. Tate, you've become a god. You've transcended your mortal form.
Hey, that's the dream, right?
Honestly, that is the dream. If we're being real.
Okay, so pick lock is a tech skill, which means I should probably not use it.
If you want to try and do something else like break the door down, or you have a tool you want to justify doing it, we can try that.
Why don't you big knuck the door really hard with your fists?
You could try persuading the landlord.
Throw hands.
What are you gonna say?
Persuade the door to open.
Open sesame. No,
Just-
That's what
Talk
they
to
call.
the door. Opens to me.
can I attempt to stealthily punch the doorknob? Or punch
Yeah,
the
man.
door or something?
Stealthily punch the doorknob.
Wait,
I will say
what
if
does
you
that
want to
look
do this,
like?
I mean,
Yeah, I'm gonna say if you want to try and do something that's a little more subtle but break it, it's not going to be punching it with your cyberware. It's going to be more like I would say something like athletics, maybe, or because you're trying to like very directly just like bop it open, like just this is an old door frame. You think you can do this? Maybe.
Okay. So
Tim, why?
do I roll a check for stealth and a check for athletics?
I'm gonna say the athletics is the only one you're doing.
Okay.
Don't what me? You know what you did, Tim.
Poof. Roll another and subtract it from that.
Oh,
No.
I told you I got on my lookout early.
One. Yeah, you attempt to jam it, and what actually happens is you just kind of hurt your wrist a little.
Good job. Well done.
Not like damage, but you're like, that was not pleasant. It does make a noise, and you do hear people from like other rooms down. This isn't really a well-occupied old abandoned building, but you do think that someone's going to start paying attention to you in a minute.
All right.
You can punch it; it just won't be stealthy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and if I punched it, would it be brawling or athletics?
I would say you just rolled to hit with your big knucks. You just have those.
Wall with the door.
Okay.
Because that's technically a melee weapon attack, I think. Yeah, it's
Yep.
melee weapon attack.
That's a 2d6.
No, you still have to roll to hit. It's your
Oh.
melee weapon
Oh,
skill.
whoops.
My bad.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, melee weapon. It's under fighting skills, below martial arts.
I got 11.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay. Yeah, so you actually, I mean, you still hit the door, so, because it's sitting still. And so I would like you to roll another one, because you get 2 shots at this in just, like, the same action.
The first punch wasn't good enough. Punch it again.
Well, I just want to see how much damage you do to this thing. Yeah, those will both hit. And you already rolled 2d6 up there, so just roll me 2 more d6.
All right.
Those are numbers.
Okay. Yep, 17. So I'm looking up the health of a
Doors?
door, because that's the thing that exists here.
Yeah, that is true.
Big facts.
No, like, there's stuff in the book for it. Hey.
It helps to know when people are shooting at you.
Mm-hmm.
No one's shooting.
Very important in the system, actually.
It's
You have to
critical,
say all that
actually.
about being shot at.
Yeah, so
That's
because
not,
this
yeah,
is
that's
a,
not foreshadowing or anything.
it's not even actually foreshadowing. Like, no joke, I've had to use this for when you guys are behind cover before. Anyways, yeah, so the first hit doesn't quite make it.
Not foreshadowing.
Uh, the first hit doesn't quite make it, but on the second one, you get just like right under the doorknob, and the whole door moves while the doorknob stays attached to the wall.
Oh well, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, he just like makes a nice little circle around the lock part.
All right.
He does not hit it stealthily, Tim. You can, I wouldn't say stealth for this, but if you want to try and, I don't know, make some kind of noise to, like, lie, pretend like this is not something you should be worried about, I'd be interested to hear
Just
what you come up
scream really loud. They'll assume someone just got murdered, and they'll just pass it off.
with.
Attempt to shatter the door with your voice. Stealthily.
Yeah.
Stealthily.
What?
You know, resonance.
My first idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't say what my first idea
Nope.
is.
Nope. You gotta say it. Too late. Say it. Speak it.
No, I want to know.
You can't not say it now.
Honestly.
Look, Joe, this is a tabletop game.
You are
You can
legally
attempt anything you want, and it's always very good to hear.
All right. Dion walks in the room, cups his hand to his mouth, and as loud as he can yells, "Oh my God, there's a bomb!"
What?
Interesting. Okay.
What? No.
No, I want
Wait,
to see how
no.
this plays out. Let's say some kind of deception.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit! It's purple. Hey,
So
purple.
this game that would be like persuasion, possibly. Yeah, I think that'll probably be the best one for this.
All right. Where's my persuasion skill? All right.
It's under social.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't see. Is that the 18 there?
Yep.
Aha. Yeah, so you definitely hear a few people start gathering stuff and scrambling around. You assume several people believe you, and you hear doors opening out in the hallway and people running away.
Oh god.
I mean, it's a pretty unethical thing to do, but Dion's not that worried about that.
It does give you a few minutes, you're pretty sure. So, yeah. This is a pretty small apartment.
It's in journalism these days.
I mean, this is not journalism, this is investigation.
Totally different things.
Tim, this is someone else's apartment building over in the old combat zone. It's definitely run down, and there's nobody, like, really managing it.
I'm busy with memes. I can't focus on plot. That's so real.
It's very real. Anyways,
That's literally the
so yeah,
entire
this is
Star Wars
like a
sequel trilogy.
one-bedroom thing. There's not even, like, a sink or bathroom. You assume it's, like, a shared one. So it's, not as nice as where you're living at. But there is a bed, there's a nightstand, there's, like, a mirror and a dresser across from the bed.
Can I interrogate the dresser?
Full of ideas.
That would. You can definitely do deduction or perception or
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a bunch of other skills you could try. I'd be interested to see.
Mm-hmm.
Conceal reveal object is really more for on a person, but if you want to do that to like search through a cabinet, I would allow it.
Okay. I think I'm going to do a perception, or
Okay.
I'm going to just try to do a general perception.
Yeah.
Check. 14. Yeah. Nice.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I think this is just like for the whole room as you're just sort of looking around. There's like, it seems like there used to be a place that someone put their like phone and charger on the dresser. I mean, on the nightstand. You can tell that there used to be stuff plugged into the wall because of just how it's like scratched up. You're like really trying to deduce this thing out. There's not really anything left in it that's very personal in the nightstand or in the bed. And it's as you're like going through the dresser, and there's nothing there. You do find it's like a page from a book As you're looking at it, it's from like an old manga, and you recognize it. It's a more modern one, and like you haven't seen it printed off on paper before.
Oh no, she's a weeb!
Well, I think Dion has some things to say about that. But yeah, it's a very specific page that you're like. There's something in the back of your mind that you kind of remember you and her sharing this as like a thing that you both enjoyed.
Oh no, he's
and
a
she-
weeb!
Yep. It's not the Leslie Argonian Maid book, but that would be very funny. I would like you to do some, I guess, human perception, maybe, or some kind of insight or deduction on like what this means, because it seems like if someone printed it off on a sheet of paper on purpose.
Okay. Yeah, I think human perception is probably
Mhm.
what I'd go with.
This is technically for facial expression or body language, but I would allow it.
Okay. Well, deduction might be better.
Yeah, deduction will be looking at clues, where I want there to be some kind of. Is there like an insight one that I'm looking at this massive list? I don't believe so. This is why I would allow human perception.
Okay. Sure.
And that'll be more relying on your knowledge of Tess.
Got it. Damn.
You
Wow,
have quite
roll
a lot
another
of
one.
knowledge.
The crits!
Dang.
And was that deduction or was that human
Oh, it
perception?
was a crit.
Human
crit.
perception.
Human perception. All right. Yeah, I think you're remembering this, that like the scene from this specific page was about someone needing a place to hide, and it gives a very specific, like it's a part of the narrative where they're like, oh, actually, the best place to hide would be, and they sort of retreat into some old unused like subway lines, I guess, as like a place underground that people wouldn't really know about. And it's set in Night City before all of this like nuclear war collapse type stuff happened.
Mhm.
And it's specifically like, oh yeah, there's this old railway that they tried underground, but because it's like so wet and damp around here, a lot of sections collapsed. And in fact, Night City has a bunch of little sections like that. It's sunk into the ocean more than once, and it's burned down in nuclear war, so there's a lot of those hidden spaces.
All right. Can I?
You would know exactly where in the city that the person in the manga hid if you wanted to. Like, it's pretty obvious to you.
Okay. Can I take the book with me and do
Mhm.
another check just for anything else I can find?
Yeah, and it's just a piece of paper. Like, this isn't even a book. Someone just printed it off on paper and left it. The other side is blank.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking I should definitely either take it with me or take a picture and burn it. So I probably, I guess I'll. Can I take the picture with or paper with
You
me?
can take it with you. Yeah.
And then I guess do one more sweep with
Exactly. Go for it.
perception.
Yeah. Like I said, perception or deduction.
Oh, my deduction. No, they're the same.
Another. Dion, you
How?
crits today.
How?
Bro, imagine not critting.
Damn.
That- Well, I mean, it doesn't reduce it for the second roll. So yeah, 25.
Hell yeah.
Hooray. Yeah, I think that you are, and this is still perception, if I'm seeing this right.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. So you just sort of finish sweeping the room. I think, and because you're rolling very high, you get maybe a lot of less important details. Like you go through her trash, and she's definitely living on like a pretty low budget of just like kibble. I think that you even find.
Wait, you're
Yeah, I
going
think
through her
that you,
trash, you weirdo? What the fuck?
You need to find out where she went.
Isn't that-
That's even weirder.
isn't that
You find it.
If
Yeah,
it
you
makes
found
you
an
feel
old-
better, he goes through everyone's trash.
Yeah, I think you also find like an old disposable phone, and then even like certain parts of a computer that are used to access like the different data pages. So you, but you also know that those are the ones that would like help you find someone that was trying to hide using the data stream.
Hmm.
So you're like, oh yeah, she's definitely hiding very well. I think that because you do such a high check, and it's much higher than you assume hers would be, you also find a listening device, a very tiny one. Like, inside her pillow because you rip it open.
Mhm.
You're like, well, I'm better check there, and like, oh, someone was spying on her.
Ah,
That's not creepy at all.
says the guy
the
going through
pillow
her
is
trash.
quite new too. You assume that she only bought it recently, so this is not someone who's been spying on her a long time.
Can I disable the device?
Yeah.
Or okay.
It would be a standard tech check if you don't want to break it while you do so.
All right. Yeah.
A basic tech, excuse me.
Okay. So just a +4.
Yeah, that's what you got. I would allow electronics security tech, but that might be lower.
Electronic. Where's my electronics? Oh, that's
Yeah.
also 4.
Hey, you definitely turn it off, but you think it might not be able to be turned back on. But you don't like just squish it entirely.
Okay. Sounds good. And I'd also like to take that with me.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what you find. I would like you to roll me a stealth check real quick as you are leaving.
Uh-oh.
All right. To try to blend in with all the people running.
Yes and no. Just roll real quick.
Oh no. Here comes that 1. Psych, it's a 7. That's a bigger number than 1.
Yep, 17's pretty good. You actually do this all pretty quickly, and you don't make a bunch of noise while you're searching, which you think is good because as you leave and then you see like a crowd milling outside, because you move very quickly and quietly, you see some of the police actually coming through, which are rare in this part of town.
Mhm.
And I think I'm just going to roll this into some of the good perception rolls you've already been doing. But you can kind of tell as you enter the crowd, they only look like the police.
Mm.
Oh.
It's really subtle things about like the gear they have with them. Like, no cop in Night City puts a silencer on their handgun
Mm.
because they're like, I don't have to be quiet. I'm the one who knocks, motherfucker. So you know,
Just like real cops.
yeah. You know, they're
Yikes.
also definitely moving in a way that a cop doesn't like check buildings. They're being extremely stealthy as they start looking through these rooms.
Hmm.
But you're gone already. You're in the crowd, you're leaving, and you just notice that.
Got it.
Ow. So now what?
Well, yeah, that's going to be all the time you have now before we join back with the rest of the group. I think by the time you get back, they're sort of collapsing the night market stall stuff, and they brought it back to neon lights. So you can meet up with them there. And I think it's at around this time that Elijah's sitting sort of in front of the gas station part, and he's like, okay, I think now we need to talk.
Word. All right. So yeah, in comes the rest of the gang. I'm assuming, are we still together, the rest of us?
Yeah, all 3 of you guys are just arriving back.
Oh,
From
cool. So yeah, I mean, Fox is probably still, toking on an L, just enjoying the satisfaction of money in his pocket. Pulls back up and is like, "Oh, well, look who finally came out of his hole. Great to see you, friendo. How you been?"
I don't really want to talk about it.
Hey man, no pressure. We've been busy ourselves. Don't worry, we brought you something though. And I will kind of like draw out of my back pocket a few cred sticks containing Dion's cut of the takeaway. I just kind of like chuck him over his way.
I guess Dion cocks an eyebrow and says, "Well, I wasn't even here."
Yeah. Well,
I will
everybody
take them
eats,
if
right?
you do not want them.
You know
are
how I
involved
get down, man.
in
Everybody
killing
eats.
of these people, so you know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Dion
Speaking of
nods.
which, let me actually figure out how much that would be for each of you. To the calculator.
While you're doing that,
Got you.
So-
It's slightly more advanced mathematics than 7 is a bigger number than 1 this time.
You know what? What I don't appreciate right now.
I mean, 7 is a bigger number than 1. He was wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah, I didn't say you were wrong.
Have you done the math on that?
I haven't run the proof yet, but you know what?
It took somebody their entire lifetime to prove that 1 + 1 is equal to 2. So
I mean, is that really the case though? Like, what?
Yeah, and then some other dumbass came along and was like, well, actually, 1 is equal to 0 if you do this proof.
Math proofs can sometimes be bullshit. It's
just a little bit.
Numbers can mean whatever you want them to mean.
If you just ignore the part of this proof that involves dividing by 0.
All right, enough math.
Anyways, so Elijah's like gesturing into the gas station, and I assume you guys follow.
Yes.
So he like puts a chair up, and he's sitting in front of this table, and he seems like he's gonna have a hard time starting. He seems worried. He says, "All right. I guess for context, I used to live in the middle of nowhere. I lived on a farm. We had our extended family all helping us, and we didn't really have a lot of money. So I'm not sure how much you guys are familiar with it, but Militech is basically the military on the East Coast. Like, they just represent the U.S. government at this point, and they made a deal. It was very generous of them that they would pay my family a lot of money, and I would get a lot of cyberware and work for them. For a while, I worked in like I was in the South America conflict, and it just really wasn't my style, and they assigned me to, let's say, more subtle operations. And so that's why I'm here, is they've had me just sort of moving around the country, and I've ended up here in Night City, and it's been my job for the last 10, 15 years, kind of secretly, to find any Arasaka people who are still kind of around and make sure they're not anymore.
Huh.
It's been a time. You can see his shoulders slump a bit, and it's been time.
Really? A guy
I
like
think
you having difficulty with cutting people up? Seems like you're built for it, for lack of a better word.
He laughs a little, and I think Doc, you'd be the most familiar, but you guys would all be a little familiar that, like, yeah, you can take a deal with like a corporation, and they will like pay for a lot more augmentation, but they generally don't care.
Own you now.
Yeah, like they generally don't care if you go a little psycho so long as you obey, and they generally put some kind of failsafe in you. For the guys that you recently took apart, it was probably the watching you always thing. And that's the most gentle version you have seen. Probably Arasaka is only using that because they could at any time send that footage to, the police, and then they would immediately come in and kill those operatives because they're not legal to be here.
Right. Well,
For someone like Militech who's allowed to be around, it could be anything from watching you always, if you're lucky, to instant kill switch, to we can literally take control of your body and puppet you around if we want.
fantastic. So, kids, it sounds like we're looking at Corpo War number 5, Electric Boogaloo. Again.
Like,
Huh.
But yeah,
Any
Elijah
safeguards we
Theater,
need to be concerned about?
like, the one they told me about is, yeah, if I refuse to kill someone, they will make me. I kill who they tell me to kill. So far, it hasn't been anyone I care that much about, but just sometimes the acceptable losses, according to them, are not really that acceptable.
Well,
So it's been rough, but I'm assuming that's why these guys are here. I'm kind of known by most Arasaka hit squads at this point, as much as I try and keep a low profile.
so were they here for you or were they here for us?
Well, I kind of assumed for me, but it sounds like you're also making some enemies, guys.
Yeah, Arasaka hasn't been on the list yet, but never say never.
I suppose they may be now.
That's also a possibility.
Well, that's the thing is, Arasaka's always been a security company in the air quotes sense of security. They do hit squads. That's their job. Honestly, the vast majority of the time when I find them, it's because someone has paid them to take someone out. I doubt Arasaka has a problem with you guys specifically. More that someone's probably paid them to have a problem with you.
Well, now that you mention it, I can't say if they're Arasaka or not, but I might have a line on a few, I don't know, Hitman types that are keeping their eyes on my little one. If you want to keep a head around, you might notice one or two of them if they happen to be people you don't necessarily like and you want to, I don't know, do that cool thing you do with the roller skates and the slicey slice. I wouldn't be against it.
It's like, I guess, I would like to highlight some backstory stuff from you guys to make sure is that one, Lynx, you know that Arasaka might have a problem with you. A little.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you do make it a point to fight them wherever possible. And Joe, you have a completely different person who might be motivated, or at least organization you know very little about, who might have hired them, considering Tess is being targeted by, you think, Arasaka people.
Mhm.
Also, I think that there's another thing that has happened that I think I forgot to mention on your way back from the night market that I'd like to highlight really quick.
Sure.
Because I forgot to do this. While you were walking back, a van full of quite well armored people did not have guns up, but they had a lot of body armor on. Like, sort of just rolled past and just looked at you specifically.
Were they
Foxy,
fucking? They were
and
fucking
said the
set
mayor is
checking
waiting
me.
still.
Were they fucking set checking me in my own hood?
This was on the way back before you got to the place, but yeah, they rolled by and said, the mayor's still waiting for his answer, and then just went away. And I would like you to roll some human perception or investigation on that, or I guess any three of you who were there.
Mm.
You all saw this.
Huh.
Well endowed people? Okay.
You weren't supposed to see that.
Sorry, chat. Someone sent me a message about what I just said, and I thought it was chat.
Some dickhead.
Oh
My brain
no. Okay.
auto-completed it as-
I'll do the thing. I'll do the thing you were talking about. The insight
Yeah,
thing.
so Fox or Lynx or Doc, you can roll some, I guess, human perception or some deduction.
I'm good at human perception, so I'm gonna do that one.
Gonna do a deduction.
I got a 17.
Probably
Yeah,
still better than
13.
whatever the heck I'd get with human
Reverse
human perception.
Tell me what
Doc,
I
anything or
perceive
no?
humanly.
Oh, sorry. I was having trouble finding the deduction stat.
Oh, okay.
But I will also do it.
Don't ask me to perceive human beings. We don't care about the meat space.
It's under education. It's kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
Imagine perceiving people, dude.
Look, we don't care about the meat
Maybe me.
bags. Your job is to shoot them, and my job is to stab them.
Ooh, a 19.
Damn, son.
All right. So, Fox, you're watching these guys, and they are, they're a hit squad for sure, but they're not a stealthy one.
Uh-huh.
And they're not aggressive to you. You're not worried about them attacking you now. They're just there to remind you.
Yeah.
You're pretty sure of, like, waiting on an answer. As a reminder to you and people watching that, yeah, the mayor wants you to make, to get Auntie Noelle to make a deal with some corporation. He made a suggestion as to which one, and it is, of course, the most annoying one. But some corporation as funding for your building, which will, give him money. He will get money from that. So that's why he wants it to happen.
Yeah.
Uh,
He'll get an answer. I got an answer cooking up for him. Tell him to be a little patient. All right. Business takes time
But-
after all.
Yeah, but yeah, this hit squad is very different acting than the Arasaka guys. They're brash. They're there to make a message. They're also just not dressed the same way. This is gonna go more into the deduction part of this, but you still even notice they're in very obvious hit squad stuff. They don't have masks over their faces. You can see who they are.
In other words, they're dumb NPCs.
Eh,
they have
Or
a very specific
confident
purpose.
NPCs.
Yeah, they're not here to quietly take someone out. Is the point? Where
of
the
course.
Arasaka guys seemed like they were maybe there to quietly take someone out. For the deduction, I think Lynx, you notice a lot of this, but it's the Doc who, especially with his expertise in cyberware, notices that they're also outfitted extremely differently. Each one seems far more unique than the Arasaka guys did. They are people who probably live in the city that are just hired to do this sort of thing, not out-of-towners who are a secret cell. They are not trying to hide who they are to not just you, but anybody. And they probably have a history and families and are known.
Well, yeah. So I'll just kind of stare him off a bit, and as they mention that he's looking for a response, just let him know yeah, I'll give him one eventually. Tell him not to rush me, and then I got a little something cooked up, just a little something I'm thinking about in my head. But that's for later. I have calls to make, but right now we're dealing with important plot things that aren't related to me blowing things up. I mean, what?
Yeah. Anyways, I forgot to mention that. That was meant to happen.
It's fine. It
Anyways,
happened.
back to Elijah who just said, yeah, I assume they were after me unless you have people who would hire illegal hit squads for you.
Yeah, I don't think the guys who are after me are Arasaka specifically, but I'm sure at least some of my compatriots might have some beef with some people.
Link sort of just like coughs a little bit and kind of just like looks. I might have some tanglings with Arasaka before.
Well, seems like everyone's airing up their laundry, so speak now or forever hold your peace.
Dion, you gonna mention anything?
Wait.
You don't have to.
Just let Lynx take all of the heat for this.
Shut up.
Well, I might have something to do with it.
All right, one of you talk.
Well, I mean, Fox, you probably have a good idea that Lynx makes it her business to specifically destroy anything remotely
Well, yeah,
attached
okay.
to
Yeah,
Arasaka.
sorry. Let me revise that. Okay. All right, Ma, I know you piss off Arasaka on a regular, but you're not giving your usual response to this, so there's probably something more there. And Dion, you've never lied to me before, so let's not make a habit of it now. One of you talk.
He totally didn't lie about doing research.
I mean, it is research.
Hey, he did technically do research.
It's field research. Wait, sorry, I cannot remember. Does everybody know about Tess, or is that just
Nope.
No, you haven't told anyone about
At
anything
all.
on your backstory, actually.
No idea who the fuck that is.
I like the idea of Dion being like, wait, have I told you guys? Hold on.
Who?
Well, maybe Dion nods to Michelle first.
Nah,
Yeah,
Just-
throwing me under the bus, huh? Alright. So Lynx is just gonna. I already mentioned Oryx, didn't I? Yes.
to Fox, I think.
Yeah, I know the name.
Big bro. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Well, let's just say that I got a message from Big Bro. Dropped in the net space back when we were messing around, or helping out the Golden Agers.
Interesting.
Yeah,
you
he's-
think that's got something to do with Arasaka?
Well, he did have an internship there, and we did also think that he was dead.
Ah, well, I meant to ask about that actually, but I was gonna assume you were gonna get to that point at some point. Huh. So we got
Let's
not
leave it
dead
at he's
brothers.
not quite as dead as we thought he was.
So we got random appearing hitmen, not dead brothers, and long lost friends. The fuck is this? The Dragon game?
In this alternate universe, D&D was called the Dragon.
It's called the Dragon game. It was it was so corporate and washed out they didn't even give it a fun name. It was like, oh yeah, this is the Dragon game.
Yeah, when Hasbro bought it, they changed the name to just the Dragon Game.
Yeah, I love it.
It was quite the bad dragon.
No, no,
Oh,
no, 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 no,
What?
no,
It was a dragon game
no,
and it was bad.
no,
Mm.
no,
What's the problem here? What's the
We're gonna
no.
move on. We're gonna move on from that.
Nope.
Anywho. Anyways, Oryx wants us to meet up at a location. Just for a chat.
You
I
know,
had mentioned earlier since there were more pressing issues.
Mom, I'm gonna ask you to count on both of your hands the number of times someone's asked us to meet them somewhere and it hasn't resulted in us getting shot at.
Well, I mean, it's Big Bro, so
Family first, after all.
yep.
Fair enough.
I mean, yes, prep for getting shot at first, but it's still Big Bro.
so we've
you're
got
like
family issues.
99% confident he's not the one who's gonna shoot at you. So,
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. So we got family issues on one side and Hitman on the other. Dion, you want to complicate this any further, or are you staying quiet?
Well, I don't really talk about family often, but it's not like I have nothing.
And here I was hoping you'd just stay quiet. All right, spill.
Well, I don't really know much more than you do. Someone I was close to seems to have become the target of some corporation.
Huh.
And again, Dion, part of your research was definitely the people who were following her, at least were paid by some Arasaka adjacent people, like companies.
Some
and such.
fucking dudes.
Some just accounts from various corporations in like Japan and Europe where Arasaka is still allowed to operate. And like, you know, You don't know that they're basically shell companies for Arasaka, but they're probably shell companies for Arasaka.
Everything's a shell company for Arasaka. Birds, a shell company for Arasaka. They're not real.
Although, in this setting, the only birds around are either actually literally drones or created by Biotechnica to try and replace the fact that all the birds are dead.
It's like birds in real life, which aren't real. We'll get into that later. Okay, so family drama on one side with Arasaka, family drama on the second side with Arasaka. Doc, if you're about to mention Arasaka and a cousin of yours, I swear to God.
No, my only cousin problem is with Rockland.
Thank God. Well, at least we don't have
For
all
once,
three of our
this is
backstories
not
tied up in one corporation. That beat dog shit.
Yeah, I think Elijah jumps in as like, well, I think the bigger problem is the hit squad here and now. They tend to, in my experience, split up into at least two groups, and the first one is far more expendable and far less cautious. They're the ones who drew the short straw, and so there's probably still about a group of 5 waiting out there to try and get us, or you guys. This one might not be me.
Now might be a good time to maybe mention the advanced neural that we found. And we kind of tore apart those
I got that. Yeah, I assume.
Yeah, and well, let's just leave it at they have some live streaming devices in their eyeballs.
Okay. Anything else interesting?
Yeah, they've got this really well, it's a fairly interesting and sophisticated HUD sorry.
You
HUD
said it
display.
right. You said it right.
Heads up display. I will speak English.
I like the idea that you were about to like explain it in the most technical way possible.
And then
you're
you were like, wait, no,
that's
hold
too
up,
complicated.
words.
Heads up display.
That.
Okay, got it. Right. So,
I think Elijah to that kind of like pauses and he's like, that makes things difficult. I'm familiar with that sort of neural aware. I have some from my guys that makes things a little difficult in that it effectively just looks through your own eyes and ears and warns you of things before they happen a little, or at least before you notice them. It's going to be much harder to sneak up on these guys that way, I think.
well, it's a good thing sneaking up on them isn't currently the plan. I got one last question before I start doing a bit of formulating and making some phone calls. What does Militech want with all this? I mean, besides Arasaka gone for good, obviously.
Or is that the only thing they want?
But yeah, what's your question?
What does Militech want with all this? Or is it just
Is
Arasaka
it-
dead?
I mean, it's really more of like a government thing. Like they get money for everybody I take out. I get a bonus because you know, the last remnants of the U.S. government on the East Coast tend to not like the fact when a corporation nukes a city.
Makes
So they've made it their job to be like, no, Arasaka's going away, and I can respect that.
sense. All right.
Lynx
Well,
is gonna sidle over to
I
Doc and
suppose
kind of
we
elbow
can-
him and be and just be like, so how difficult do you think would it be to take down some safeguards?
I would have to look to be sure, but I always welcome a challenge.
Well, and then so Fox will kind of like have like this big like dumb shit-eating grin on his face. And he looks at Elijah and just says, "It sounds like there's a bit of an issue where the leading powers in Night City are not willing to keep ruthless, illegal corporate influence out of their city. If you ask me, South Night City needs some better leadership, and I might happen to know where they could find some." Yeah, you know, guys, I think I got a little bit of a plan that might just, let's say, kick the party off here in South Night City. But when the dust settles and the bodies drop, I, or better importantly, we should be sitting on top of it all. So, here's the first thing I'm thinking. We got hit squads on our back, creeping all across the city looking for us and people who care about us. And it seems like things have been a bit too quiet to let them, so they can move in any way that they want to. So I say we turn the heat up just a little. Stinky wants us to ask if we can get General, whatever those fucking pieces of shit are, to put So get some corporate influence in Neon Lights. And of course, I'm knowing me and Auntie aren't letting that happen, so I say we give him his answer in the flashiest way possible. You know those people
This is
we
gonna
just,
end with us getting shot at, isn't it?
Oh, if we're lucky, we won't get shot at all. People will get shot at. But,
What happens if we're unlucky?
oh yeah, then we absolutely get shot at and probably killed. So who's in?
In my experience, most turns of bad luck end with us getting shot at.
Exactly.
This
And
is nothing.
and if, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but he'll kind of like point to each of your faces and then his own, just say, "None of us are dead yet."
As
Keyword.
Lynx is sitting there with like a repaired collapsed lung.
You're fine. You're fine. You hardly even felt it.
What are
So,
our chances?
did anybody notice those out of those fine compatriots we had and sold some cyberware to, that a few of them seemed a little geared up? Like maybe they were looking for a gig?
Just a little bit.
I'm thinking maybe we can get back in touch with them for a little bit. See if they aren't, I don't know, available for hire after their recent endeavors.
And what you're asking going rate for that?
Well, we'll worry about that when we get in touch with them first. You never give an asking price too early. That just kind of brings in the dumb fish. What's more important is, we should get in touch with them and tell them we have a job for them. Don't say anything too crazy, just that we need a bit of a fireworks show downtown. What I need more importantly from you three is information on the corporation that Stinky wants us to get here in Neon Lights. I want their corporate building. I want schematics of the office building. I want security passes to get inside if you can get them. Anything you can grab me, I need it.
It's a Continental Brands, by the way. They make
Continental
food,
Brands. Those
and they're the worst.
They make food.
They make kibble specifically, but like they are super brand like jealous. You cannot sell anything other than them in your store. They have like a point system as to how much you follow their rules, and will absolutely punish you with like the most horrible experimental stuff if you have low points. They're extremely controlling and bad. Imagine if Apple and Pepsi made dog food for
Did
humans.
the fusion dance.
Yeah, did the fusion dance and made dog food for humans.
It's the worst. I hate it.
And they pretend to be like this. Oh, our CEO Olivia is like your mother. She's like a very nice and friendly
Oh
person.
God! So
Have
it's
a
like
parasocial
Mom from
relationship with
Futurama.
her.
Ew.
It's even worse. All right. So yeah, you guys should give me everything you can on Continental Brands. I want their headquarters. I want their CEO's information. I want their schematics of the building. I want security passes to get inside if we can. And failing that, I at least want guard shifts. We are gonna make a bit of a scene here in Night City. And while you're at it, Dion, can you do a slight favor for me? Night City's full of aspiring talents in the field of entertainment and industry. Could you get me a line to someone who wants to, let's say, put a concert on somewhere outside of GenCorp Brands? Tell them it's for a good cause.
Are we about to Johnny Silverhand this?
Oh, we're about to Johnny Silverhand this.
Dion sighs and starts scrolling through his agent.
Well, sure, but first, Elijah.
Yeah? He's just listening to the plan. Like, oh.
Before or after this, how do you feel about me and Doc maybe taking a look at some of your safeguards?
For the battle computer?
I'm gonna kill this man.
I mean, you can look at it, sure.
I'm gonna kill this man.
I have a certain amount of leeway if I warn them, like, hey, someone's going to do some maintenance. So long as you don't like poke at it too much. I would like also to remind you, out of character, real quick, that you
Most
do
of
have
these
like
failsafes have tamper resistance.
yeah, and
Is that what
you
you're-
do have yeah,
Sorry.
and you do have a copy, like a digital copy of the Arasaka version that you can kind of simulate because you rolled so well when you were taking them apart.
Ah, true facts.
But yeah, you can look at what he has, and you can get a similar look into it a little. But yeah, if you touch it, it could easily immediately kill him, or cause him to immediately kill you.
I see. Well,
And like he would have no say over that. He will go just straight up, empty brain, full of violence on you.
no thoughts, just violence.
Yeah.
I respect that. Well, if that's all, I have one other question for you. And I guess it's probably one I could answer for myself if I had to, but just out of curiosity. You wouldn't happen to know where a guy could find some high-grade explosives, do you?
So, yeah, maybe. I do have contacts and I can requisition some stuff, and there is a Militech office in the city.
Wait a
I
minute,
could go
hold
talk
on.
to.
I'm a moron. Elijah, you work construction, don't you?
Elijah, yeah, actually, he was thinking military too, and he's like, yeah, actually, I mean, that would be easier to get probably.
Yeah. Get the paperwork for you and your crew on my desk as soon as possible. I have a gig for you guys. They'd pay.
But hey, anything that I can get a job for my guys that are not just a hit squad for me is a good job.
All right. All right. So yeah. So we got the pieces of the plan in place. People doing research. I'm also doing some contacting. That's all I got. I don't know. If anybody's got anything they want to do to add to the plan besides my harebrained schemes? I don't know. Tay, how you want to do this? How you want to break us up into this?
Well, first, who's gonna do research on this corporation?
I mean, seems like Dion would.
Yeah, okay, then however you want to do that basic info, let's have you roll for that.
All right, I think I'm going to. Why is my character sheet not existing anymore? There it is.
What did you do?
Oh no.
What have you done?
You broke it.
Dion is no longer a character.
He can no longer be
You
perceived.
have been erased.
Dion's just gonna watch from outside the fourth wall.
You've been booted outside of the hex. You can no longer.
He rolled a perception too high.
He realized he was in a simulation and left.
You've ascended.
He realized he was in a campaign of Cyberpunk.
Yes, he just ascended beyond.
Alright,
I mean, technically, Cyberpunk Red the game doesn't exist in setting, but it kind of could. Like, there's definitely a knockoff that is not quite as self-aware.
is it unpopular?
Because, like, well, I mean, as soon as that kind of thing starts actually happening, I feel like most people don't want to play a game about this kind of thing happening.
He realized that his entire world was created by some guy in Utah.
It'd be
Oh,
funny
no.
if people look at it and be like, no, that'll never happen.
Yeah. Although, you know, like, the guy who made Cyberpunk, the original game, is the one who'd be like, oh, this will never happen. This is too much of a parody of reality. And then, like, that starts happening.
And then that's exactly what would happen.
Alright, I'm going to. What is my. I'm going to do a library search.
Search in the library.
Not 1D0.
Yeah, you don't want to roll a D0. That would suck.
A 14. So, you've learned a lot of the basics of this company. I mean, you're kind of aware, but Continental Brands does have a location up in the upper marina area of the city, up here. And, I mean, their CEO does not live in Night City. Like, they don't want their CEO anywhere near this very volatile pile of explosives, effectively.
Mm.
But, you know, they're still around, and there is, like, a local, like, head of the building. I guess it'd be, like, the CEO of Night City, specifically.
CEO of Night City.
And, chat, what name should we do for them?
We might have some name
Don't
redemptions.
some
Let me
people
go
have
see.
redeemed names?
I'm gonna
Sorry,
go
what?
look now. Give me a second. This is the part that I should have already had up, but I'm bad at things. Oh no, I'm not even gonna look. I'm not even gonna look. I'm not even gonna look.
Wait, no, Tim has redeemed names.
I
Yeah,
know.
I
I'm
think
gonna.
Tim should
I'm
redeem
I'm
it.
trying to load up the overlay. Give me a minute.
We
It's
are
hard.
a professional and organized operation here at Neon.
Spree, I can't name the CEO of a food company, Dick Munch McGee.
I-
I just can't.
No, that's not. No. All right. So let's see. What do we got? Okay, and these are all from today. So we got a couple. We've got Nick Nicluary Iota. We've got Josephina Noir. We've got Emma Future Nem. That was from last session, though.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a poser guy named.
Oh right,
that.
isn't that
That
poser
one.
gang composed entirely of Eminem and Future wannabes?
Yes. No, I wrote that down. That exists somewhere in the city. I promise.
So yeah, we've got Nick.
Toby Larone.
We've got
That's
Nicky Yoda. Oh, it's
Nicky
a
Yoda.
tech joke, like IO, like input output. That's I got it. I figured it out. I'm smart. I'm smart as shit, yo.
Yes,
Tonality
that's
rump.
true.
You know, I'm gonna go with Toby Larone. Larone by Purple, because that sounds like an actual
Thanks,
name.
I hate it.
Wait, but like Tim actually.
Thanks,
paid for
Purple. I hate it.
Oh, did Tim pay for his? Then we're gonna do one of that. Which one? Which one was his that he paid for?
The one Tim redeemed was Nickluary Iota.
All right, someone's gonna have to put that into chat on how to spell that.
I am on it.
Tim,
I will copy paste the entire thing right here so everybody can see it. There you go. I copied the entire message.
I like that. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, Nick is the local guy for Continental Brands. I think with the role that you got, Dion, you get a little bit of flavor of how they are as a person. Nick is very kind of a nervous man. You know that his probably direct boss, Olivia Forsyth, pretends to be very nice and motherly, but is actually one of the most ruthless and mean people that you have ever heard of. There are multiple stories from other medias of hey, she probably just stabbed a dude for funsies.
Oh, okay.
Because he was mean to her, and there's no consequences for that, apparently.
A corporation having consequences? Ha!
Nah. You've definitely seen some of the I guess it'd be rocker boys in mechanics, but these graffiti artists have definitely made hologram VR of her stabbing customers, big old hologram stuff projected in front of the building or in front of their ads, because her face is everywhere in these ads and everyone hates it.
All right.
Okay, so Nick is extremely nervous. He's not good. He doesn't like his job probably. He likes having power, but he had a lot of pressure from a psychopath, and then nobody likes his food. It's just kibble. Even when it's flavored well, it's still just dry.
It's just bullshit.
Nuggets, you know.
It's just nugs.
Nuggets.
Just imagine the driest food possible. It just the word kibble just is so
no
visceral
other
to me.
words needed. Just dry nuggets.
Honestly,
really
yes.
Gets it across.
Okay, Dion, do you want to relay that information to me in some capacity?
Yeah.
I mean, it's very possible you could just use your agent to send it to his agent to send it to Fox.
I mean, if you want to miss the roleplay opportunity, sure, go for it.
Dion looks over, narrows his eyes a little bit, and just looks at his agent and sends it to him.
Fair enough. Well done. Best of both worlds. I'll take it.
Yeah, you do get their location up in Upper Marina. I think get a little bit of how the guards are. I guess it's mostly you don't get their exact rotation, but you get a sense of when they tend to change, how many there are. They do have their own private security force. It seems to be a lot of ex-Militech guys, stuff like that.
I'm gonna take I'm gonna take that info, look it over, and just say, all right, this is good. I think I need a little bit more detail, mostly to know how the actual building looks. I want to know where the office of this this.
Well, I think you could get those plans pretty easily.
Oh, cool.
It's a pretty standard sort of square skyrise. It's one that was still functioning after the small nuclear bomb.
After the boom.
You can kind of get a layout of what most of the floors look like. I have a map that I believe should be the right size. That I can show you guys, but I'm sort of still formatting it a bit.
That's fine. We're getting maps. But I do want to as we got kind of are getting this info and passing it all in. I do want to eventually place a call over to this Nick Iota guy. I want to give him a quick little agent beam. Give him a hit up real quick.
Yeah, I think that this is agent-to-agent communication.
Yeah.
And it's I think that I would like you to roll me though some kind of I'd either say persuasion or I think that for this you have a reputation of, let's say, like 3 or 4 if you want to do a reputation roll.
Hell yeah. If there was a way to do that on the
I have
on the
no
character
idea
sheet,
if there's one on this
there
sheet.
probably isn't, because that would require a lot of work. So I'm gonna just go with persuasion, just to save face. Hiya! No? Hiya! There it is. I rolled 2. I'm sorry. Ignore the. We'll go with the lower one. It's 23.
Yeah, okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I think that you're effectively like telling how the agents should represent you, and you are like pulling from, hey, I have done these dealings with these people, and it's maybe a little threatening on purpose of like, yeah, we're kind of dangerous, please respond, and you just don't put the or else. Like that's the only line you don't cross in this.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, you get a message back. It's like, his agent wanted you to know 15 minutes, and he would be willing to hear from you.
Yeah,
Kevin,
I can take
hold
15
on.
minutes. I think 15 minutes. That's not a problem.
Whoa, what the fuck?
What is this?
With what?
Ban him, please.
There's a thing. Okay. Tim's got it. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
I think that's all I got. Let's see. Is there anything
Yes,
I'm gonna do with that?
be taking the time to size this map correctly, but I
You
will
got
move
it.
you over to the basic layout of one of these office floors. This map is by Gimme Pig from Patreon.
Damn. That's
You have a
dirty.
Go
Patreon?
follow him. Not me, a guy called Gimme Pig that I follow on Patreon that does these maps.
Damn, this is pretty.
They're- Yeah, it's very good.
Let me
This
give
is
chat
a
the nice
large
zoomed
map.
out view. Go ahead, get the nice zoomed out view, chat. Let's get a nice little perusal of this, John. Here we go.
This.
Yeah. Look at that.
Did we ever contact that rocker boy?
I was gonna get to that next. I wasn't done with the shit yet. I was waiting. I gotta talk to the guy first. That's the plan.
But yeah, by end of stream, I'm gonna get that Patreon link just because I do quite like his maps.
Word.
But yeah, this is sort of this building basic layout, but there's gonna be many floors. This you think is a pretty big hub for like the West Coast, so they do handle a lot of like shipping and corporate decisions and marketing and things like that here. It's probably like 5 or 6 stories at the top of this building, and then a bunch of floors of like apartments of people who work for them and live there.
Word.
It's not
Makes
super
sense.
big. It's not
Of
one of
course.
the bigger buildings, but it's sizable.
Yeah, makes sense. All right. I mean, as long as I know like where a relative idea of like where his office is and things to do. Yeah. So I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for. I'm waiting for a call from this guy. But while I'm waiting for him, I'ma just turn around and I'ma just be like I'm just turn around and I'll just be like yeah, sure. I'll just be like, hey, so Lynx, I'm waiting for this guy to get back to me, but while I'm doing that, can you just check the quick net for, I don't know, any local rocker boy talents that aren't too busy and would feel like putting on a show in, I don't know, a couple days?
All right, fine.
Yeah, tell him time is
I'm not sure if I want to know. Just all right.
Tell him time is a factor, but pay can be flexed. Cause we got money now.
But yeah, who are you contacting? I kind of missed that. Sorry.
Oh, I'm waiting for the guy
waiting for
him
the
to get
call,
back to
but
me.
you asked her to
I was
contact you?
asking Lynx to look on the net for like any rocker boys who were free to perform a show like as soon as possible in a couple days, basically on short notice. Basically, is the idea I'm looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, Lynx, do you want to do a little bit of research on that?
If they got beef with Continental brands, that's even better.
All right, Lynx will take a look. Can I roll?
Hello.
Let's do a
Small.
library search.
That's dice,
It's a 14.
but it's still dice.
It is dice.
It
When
is
in
that-
doubt,
you Yeah, you can find a list of performers pretty easily. There's not a whole lot that you don't get a whole lot on each of them individually. Uh, I think the ones who are close by that you know are willing to do maybe a live concert that is specifically going against corporations.
Mm.
You find a few. There's a lot of like visual artists and not necessarily performers.
Word.
Of the performers, there's the one Mid-State Blues that was actually at the club when you were there. The Wonderland Club. They're pretty new, and I think it's their lead guitarist, the one lady with like an undercut and definitely seemed the more punk rock of the two. She has very much a social media feed of like trying to be big, dramatic, outrageous, trying to get a lot of attention.
Oh,
And you think,
I
yeah,
can
that's
help
someone
with
who's
that.
gonna do this.
Perfect.
And yeah, they don't have like their gig schedule looks like spotty at best because they're pretty new around.
Just so yeah, I'm gonna wait till I get a date from this guy real quick, but I'm gonna let Lynx know that I want her to send just a very simple. You can be honest if she wants. Just message just saying like, hey, show this day outside of Continental Brand's facility as loud as you want.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's around that time of research that you get a call from this guy.
So yeah, you guys kind of see like Fox take like a stance he takes pretty often, but kind of like leans back in his chair, kicks a foot or two up, and kind of like puts a hand like this, and just like maybe seems like he's staring out in space a bit. And that's like a very typical like, oh yeah, he's on one of those calls. So he just goes, hello.
Yes, this is Fox, right? You represent that new mega structure at the other end of town. It's my
You knew that when
understanding.
you called me, love. How can I help?
I mean, you contacted me and seemed to be something important.
Yeah. So, it turns out, us here over at Neon Lights have gotten a bit of, let's say some traffic recently and have been building up a bit of a reputation. As such, the mayor of the South Combat Zone has seemed to ask us to maybe reach out for some sponsorship. I've been considering letting Continental Brands come in and do some advertising / distribution work in the building. And I was thinking maybe I could, I don't know, have some people come by, take an introduction, take a look at the building, maybe just do some small things. And in fact, since I noticed that you're working out of that, it's a nice looking building you got there, but it's a little, I don't know, banal, lacking in panache. In the interest of building both of our reputations up, I have a team doing construction here. They could come by and maybe, I don't know, spruce up your office personally. He looks at the building, just some small looking around for now. But in the future, we can talk more about them doing some actual work, you know, sprucing the building up, making the office prettier. Just some things like that, you know? How's that sound?
I think you'd roll some persuasion for me
I'm
real
gonna roll
quick.
it right now. Don't fuck this up, Foxy. Hiya! 22.
22
You
is pretty
did not
good.
in fact
Un
Yeah, I
segundo,
think
let it go.
that you hear him think for a second, and you get an alert from your agent that like his agent is looking up our construction company at this moment, and you are very thankful that Elijah, despite the fact that it's not technically his real job, takes a lot of pride in how he presents this little construction company of his, and you hear a little bit of hesitancy in his voice. He's like, "Well, in the interest of mutual benefit, I think that we could definitely have them over to help with some things, or at least to take a look."
Yeah. Tell you what, don't even worry about their equipment fees or anything like that. I'll send them over with a full payload of gear, free of charge, and I'll send them over immediately. Have them start taking some look at things. And you can look for a response from me, let's say, I don't know what day it is, but assuming it's like not Saturday, I'll just be like, this coming Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's like a Wednesday.
Yeah, so yeah, this Saturday. And you know what? In the interest of making sure that you have, as I'm sure you're a very busy man with plenty on your plate, running a massive corporation and such, don't even worry about reaching it back out to me. Let's just say that my response to you will be very, very easy to notice, and I will make sure that you are very aware of it. My team will be on its way to you shortly, if you don't mind.
Like, he seems pretty confused at all this. Like, well, okay, so you'll be visiting us Saturday, and
Yes.
We'll talk then.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not going to be agreeing to anything yet. I think that we ought to have a face-to-face about this first.
Of course,
But
of course.
Saturday
of course.
sounds fine.
Just in interest of speeding forward time, I'll have my team combine to do some small prospecting for structuring work, just so that once we have the agreement, we can get right to work. They won't touch anything or do any serious work. They'll just have a look around your facilities. We'll avoid anywhere your actual teams are doing any work. Just, you know, a small bit of peeking around to see if we can do a few things.
Okay, yeah, sure. He seems pretty steamrolled by you, like, throwing a lot of stuff out
That was
very
the plan.
quickly.
I'm gish galloping.
He's like, yeah, well, I mean, we'll expect them to pop by, and yeah.
Perfect. Thanks. I'll just hang up. Just kind of bang on
Yeah,
him.
perfect. Thanks, Dick. Like that movie thing
Yep.
where you're like, isn't that kind of rude?
Yep. All right, kiddos. We've got ourselves a show. Elijah, my love, how about you and your boys head down to Gen Corp? Look for the CEO or just for this Nick guy's office, and
Continental Brands.
yeah, Continental Brands. Go ahead and leave a little surprise, if you will. We talked a little bit about this.
Yeah, like I think that he understands and you can like give him some details.
Yeah.
You don't have to say on stream if you want some of it to be a surprise.
Yeah.
'cause I do like
I'll
that,
give him.
but-
I'll give him some plans during the break.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, he's like, yeah, I can. I mean, they're expecting us to prospect. I can just go out there, subtle like, and take a look.
You do it. Go for it. So yeah, so that's and then honestly, so we got that. Lynx, if you don't mind hitting up our rocker boy friends to put on a bit of a show this Saturday, tell them to, let's say, you know, this Saturday, high noon, outside of Continental Brands.
High noon?
Yeah, so you can reach out. Which do we have a man's name and a woman's name? That well, I have one or two from before. We're gonna say of the Mid-State Blues. Kevin is the name of the saxophonist.
Wasn't he that dude who just showed up and drew a bunch of dicks in the chat?
That was the name of the guy. Well, the last name given by chat was from Ali, and it's Anita Shits.
And you know what? Anita Shit sounds like the name of a punk rock guitarist who's just trying to mess with you, so I'm down. That's her.
That's just folk.
Oh, why is my community like this?
They do have a like bluesy punk vibe to them, so that kind of fits.
I like it. It works for me.
Alright, so Lynx is gonna... She has no clue how to phrase this. Fox, how do you talk to people?
Listen, don't worry about it. These rocker boys are all about style and panache. You should be as vague as humanly possible. Just tell them to be outside of Continental Brands on Saturday and to cause the loudest show they possibly can.
Any info on payment?
Just tell them it'll be sent to them.
Got it.
Okay, now out of character, how do you talk to people?
Okay, now IRL.
Explain to
How do you
us.
deal with
Explain to
people?
us.
Teach us your ways.
You go up to them and you press A, obviously.
Obviously.
Alright.
You walk up
But
and
no,
wait for the conversation
so-
options, obviously.
I would like, especially because Lynch, you're, I believe, not super great at this, but it'd be very fun for you to roll me some persuasion, and then we can do a little scene real quick.
You got this.
Oh,
I have so much faith in you.
no.
I have so much
Oh,
I have so much
no.
faith in you. Here comes the crit. Here comes the crit right here.
Oh no!
Here comes the crit right here. Here it is. Here it is.
Alright, Lynx is gonna
Here comes the crit. That's not a crit. That's a 7.
A 7.
It's a 7, which is greater than 1, but less than a crit.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is more for flavor because I wanted to see how well
poorly?
this rocker girl would take to you. So yeah, you try and get on the line, and I think you probably try and message first, but apparently Anita isn't gonna take any of that, and like immediately calls you.
low.
But you're giving us a job to do what?
Just loud as you can, high noon, outside Continental Brands.
Saturday.
Yeah, I know the building, and I'm down to fuck with the kibble people. But like, any other guidance here? I know a trap when I hear one. Look, if you're doing a silver hand, I just need to know you're doing a silver hand.
We're doing a silver hand. Fox just yells from like outside of the call. We're doing a silver hand.
And I think Lynx, you're the only one who hears a I mean, you didn't really hear Kevin on stage sing because he's playing a saxophone, but you hear a voice that somehow you're like, yeah, that's probably the guy who did it. Like there's a tonal quality to it. Just be like, no, do it a silver hand. Do you think we could do a silver hand? Just in the background, and then yeah, shh. Yeah, we could definitely do a silver hand if that's what we're doing. I mean, I'm gonna want a little assurance here. Like you guys are gonna make a big enough deal, whatever you're doing, that like we're not the ones gonna get shot at.
Oh,
That's gonna cost extra if we get shot at. I'm still down to silver hand Continental brands. Fuck them, but like.
we play this
Payment
right,
can
and we
be,
won't be getting
like-
shot at all.
Also, anything goes down, likely it's gonna be us getting shot at. You'll be fine.
That's usually how it
All
goes.
right, that's better.
That is usually how that goes.
It's like, all right. So, payment-wise, I'm thinking if we get shot at, it's gonna be 100 eddies per hole in my jacket. But if we don't get shot at, I'm willing to make this kind of low if I can get something from you guys. I mean, we have a few days. We don't have a great speaker system, and this works better if you have a lot of noise. So I'm hoping that maybe the payment can be gift of the biggest speaker system that you can find us, actually.
Done and done.
Okay, the man has spoken. Done.
Do
Do you,
want
do
to
you have?
speakerphone if there's any more negotiations here? If it's done and done, we're good, but like...
It's done. Where do you want it?
Oh yeah, I mean, wherever the show is. I think, I mean, we can try and map out the area, but I think that there's a park kind of close by.
Yeah, as long as we'll bring it there. We'll park the system for you guys, and once the show's done, it's yours to keep. Assuming there aren't any
All right.
bullet holes in it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to have you pay for the bullet holes in the system. It's going to be the payment for us.
Okay, cool.
It's just the jacket. I like this jacket.
All right, I got it. We'll keep your jacket safe, I promise. I can respect the man who cares about his jacket.
Yeah, this lady Anita is very like
Sure.
very punk rock stylish.
I can
So you're
respect
like,
it.
yeah,
I
kinda
respect
get it.
the Flash is everything. All right, it's all about the Flash. I respect it. I'm not mad.
It's like,
Meanwhile,
and yeah,
it's kind of
we'll provide the
boring.
light show too. If there's a light show that you want, yeah, my man Kevin's got that if you need it.
All right, sweet. I think that's about all we'll need from you, loves. With that, the only last agent call I gotta make is to my
Sorry,
mate.
Tim, strip her naked before shouting. Okay.
Oh God, Tim, no, behave. The last agent call I want to make is just, of course, because who else would I call but my main man Hime? Because if anyone's gonna have a giant sound system hanging about or knows where I can get one, it's gonna be my main man.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna just call him and inform him that we're turning the noise
Anita.
up in South Night City. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, I think that you can easily be like, hey, we need a big speaker for a thing, like very suggestively, and he's like, okay, well, I think that I can both help you get the speakers and, you know, maybe an audience for this thing.
perfect. I need both of those things.
Yeah, and you definitely use some of your contacts, and he uses some of his to be like, hype up the Mid-State Blues
Yeah.
and be like, hey, big concert.
Can
you know how
we put
all
a
hate
byline
Continental
in the
brands?
ad to make it very clear to keep a 10-foot radius from the Continental Brands building? Can we just get can we make that a very heavy important byline in the concert? Like the show is here, but no matter what, keep minimum 10 feet away from the Continental Brands building. Don't ask why.
Actually, I think Dion could be pretty good for this. You have a sort of believability ability as part of your as part of being a media.
Facts.
Oh yeah, credibility.
Yeah, credibility. That's the thing. So yeah, if you wanna, I'm trying to find the mechanics for this.
I can investigate with you if you give me a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming I don't press the wrong button.
Roll another
Credibility.
step.
You can roll another 7. You're not wrong.
See, that was your mistake. You pressed the roll 7 button.
You're right. I would
Yeah.
not rather than the roll 20 button.
Yeah.
Credibility is my media ability, right? Like it's
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you would roll a d10 and then plus your rank in media, which starts at 4.
okay. That's different than the media skill I used.
Plus, I think
earlier.
there's usually is there an
Yeah, that's-
associated like attribute with the with
That
the
depends on what skill you want to do to send out this story. Generally, it would be composition, is the ability that you would use, but if you have a different way you want to send it out that you think you can justify, I'm down.
Let's
Um,
see.
hmm.
Rockable, not rockable. I'm looking for.
Oh, I was thinking. Never mind.
Oh
Yeah,
wait,
no,
if I use composition, that would be different than the media skill, right?
Well, yeah,
I
so
think the critical rank is like believability is like 3 out of 10 chance the audience buys it.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just using that to make the DV. So yeah, you would roll a whatever skill you want to, and we add 4 because that's your believability rank.
Okay. Let's see.
Because this isn't a full like takedown story.
Yeah.
If it was like I'm revealing the truth, it's just a D10 plus believability. But I'm going to let you.
Oh, don't you
Add something
worry.
extra.
We'll get there.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to use composition.
Okay.
And add
Roll me
4.
composition plus 4.
Bam, son. 26.
Damn, maestro over here.
Real shit. Man, for the manifesto. Okay, Karl Marx.
26. So yeah, not only do you talk up Mid-State Blues, and you also are very much like, hey, remember how we all hate Continental brands and their really shitty food and ads?
Exactly.
Let's have a concert right out in front of them with this new band that has a very good soulful sound that is also, hey, fuck you, as a lot of their messages. Imagine just the most like dramatically expressive solo jazz, but like a punk rocker is the one singing.
I love it.
Hmm.
It makes perfect sense.
Anyways, and also I want to ask a question as part of the plan that maybe we talk about in break if we're trying to make this a surprise for the audience. But is there anything else that you want to like put in this message, I guess?
I'm good. I think that's about it. That's all we need him to know.
Okay. So I guess part of my question is this just to, like, I want to know what you're getting at. Is this just to give the mayor a message of, fuck you and fuck off?
It's pretty much a direct response to, like, am I letting Continental brands come and do shit to Neon Lights? Like, I mean, like, the end goal here is for, while, I guess, people to think, like, okay, yeah, fuck that corporation. I want Stinky to very, very deliberately know this was me. The answer is no, fuck you.
Okay. All right, what I'd like to do then is, I believe that Lynx and Doc wanted to do some research into the cyberware.
Yes.
Uh,
Actually, Doc, do you want to take the risk?
I don't. These corporate safeguards are not anything to be taken lightly.
Live on the edge.
Then we wait.
Live on the edge. Live on the edge.
It's
I mean,
not
if it
our
goes
age,
wrong-
though.
If it
It's
goes
a
wrong,
legend.
I'll die.
If it goes wrong,
Right,
it
it's
definitely
rifle.
will be your life that is at risk. I doubt that you guys can take Elijah on in any capacity.
Live on the edge. Live on the edge.
At least one of us could die.
Yes.
Easily.
Well, Doc.
But it'd be fucking baller, right?
But again, you can definitely roll to see where the edge is first. If that makes
In that
sense.
case, that seems like useful knowledge to have.
Then we'll take it. Then we'll go. Let's let's roll for seeing how fucked we are if we mess this up.
Yeah, so I guess you get like Elijah in the chair, and you've worked on Elijah before. I think you only now realize, I don't think he's actually ever asked for tune-ups to his Neuralware. It's always been his sort of setup. So you know what he has on him. He's got like the pop-up shield in his left arm, and he generally has like a whole collection of these collapsible shields that he just has in his house, or I guess in his room, or he carries several with him because
What,
they
is
are
he
just like
Captain
metal
America?
bits
The
that
fuck?
pop out, and they do like break quite often. I think more than once you've had to like pull some metal bits out of his arm when a shield shattered.
Okay.
And then he has a pop-up handgun in his right arm, and he's got the skates, and everything is like very, very shielded. And I mean, he's got the whole eyes audio set up, all of it. But yeah, you can. He sits down. He's like, all right, so definitely you can plug in. I'm just saying, if you touch anything, please do not. And this is me being worried for your safety, not necessarily mine.
Touch the thing. Touch the thing. Touch the
So, yeah,
thing.
And so I'm interested into what you guys are doing, but I do also want to remind you, you do have like a digital copy of the like Arasaka equivalent that you can have up for reference. So.
Yep.
If this goes wrong, I'm using you as a human shield, Fox.
What, me?
As will I.
I mean, Dion and Fox don't have to be in the room. Yeah, only Doc and
You
Link.
also literally have higher body than me.
Dion.
I will still be using you as a shield.
I'm leaving. I'm going to go see my child. I have more important things to do than fuck hang around with you nerds.
What happened to
Dion
living on
will
the
stand
edge,
by the
old boy?
doorway and say, and make it known I can't afford to die just yet.
I'm living on the edge in the best way possible by being a responsible father.
My, how edgy.
Exactly.
Nothing is more punk than raising a new generation.
Are you complaining
responsibly,
about
right?
me being a good dad? What the fuck, Doc?
Definitely a dad.
I don't appreciate this
Yeah.
Fox slander right now, actually.
And now, thanks to you, we may be a dead.
Hey, no one said you had to listen.
Doc has got excellent dad jokes, and yet is not the dad here.
I'm just saying. I gotta work on mine.
He's an honorary dad.
Ah, that's just me.
Yeah. Anyways, so I'm interested to hear what it is or how it is you want to sort of test the edges of this. And you can ask questions about the nature of this technology if you need to.
Okay, so basically it's any tampering any tampering with the code, or is it any tampering with like the
Well, you're not sure, but
Since
you
we don't know what the. Do we know what the failsafe, or does Elijah know what the failsafe?
Elijah
is?
just knows that the failsafe is effectively the AI heads-up display, the combat computer, will take over and just start attacking whatever is trying to mess with it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fun.
That's why he's worried for your safety, just not his, because he's
Yeah.
pretty confident that you're not gonna be able to do much in close quarters when he's very good at that specifically.
What
Well,
if I
if you-
shoot
yeah.
him in the head?
I
Then
mean,
we lose a powerful ally.
That's true. But technically, if he's trying to murder us, didn't we already do that?
it would be temporary in theory.
How temporary? Can we just spend the next
could-
couple hours running in
Remind
circles
me to
around the
then use
building?
some books on ethics in medicine, Volpo.
That's your job.
Can we reduce his mobility temporarily?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want to try and prevent him from hurting you if this
Yeah,
goes off.
why don't we before y'all go in, we can bind him in the chair before y'all jack in Mega Man.
Yeah, then I'd want you guys to, I don't know, what role that would be. Some kind of tech role to build some stronger threats.
I'm sure as fuck not doing it because I'm bad at tech.
I think I'd allow this to be basic tech or cyber tech.
Well, I'm bad at both of those things, Tate.
we
Talking
roll
to
aside?
Doc and Lynx mostly
Okay.
in this one.
Well, Doc.
Oh dear.
Could be worse.
Well, Doc is like, I'm not sure that I know how to stop
I
this
did
man,
not
and
want to do this in the first place, anyway.
Mhm. But Lynx, you're like, well, I mean, we could do this thing. And you basically are like, if we put like a metal band, it's not actually stronger than what we already have to sort of tie someone down. But if you specifically like basically put a big old spike in a spot so that if he pushes, it will literally physically disable part of his arm, could work.
Would not do too much damage. We could just repair it afterwards.
Yeah. I think it would be useful for you guys to try and understand more about this device first, though, before you really start trying to tamper with it.
Yep.
So
Can we do a skit? Can we do like a down just
Schematic?
download the schematic, right, or to a memory
Mhm.
chip and just do a comparison without actually touching anything on the chip, right? Just
yeah, you
get a
could,
copy.
if you can roll high enough in like cyber tech and security tech and such, then yeah, you could copy the data from it. It doesn't. You're not sure that it won't try and freak out just copying the information, but it's not so proprietary. You assume it's not going to do that.
Can we put like a, let's see, because it's just doing reads and writes, right? So could we get it that like it just do a little bit of an insert in between, right? So like build another like a mirror setup, right? Again,
Mhm.
where you get the like how do I put it? Like it's like when it comes to programming.
Are you just trying to make like
Here she
something that's
goes.
intercepting its commands into Elijah so that it goes into a digital version
Right,
instead
because
of
it's
him?
yeah, because it's just electronic signals, right? It's just ones
Yeah.
and zeros. So
Yeah.
it'll just intercept the signal, right, and like pull all of the the on off basically the I/O, right, and just
Hmm.
grab that signal data.
So what, like a honeypot? Or
I don't know.
I mean,
what any of
it
these
would be a
words
lot more
mean.
complicated to read because at that point it's just bits, right? It's not
Mhm.
full
But yeah,
on
because
code.
you sort of have I guess like a digital copy of how one of these works already, I think it's possible for you to make up that sort of virtual environment. And then if you just roll high enough on cybertech, you can basically isolate this from the rest of his body and feed it into that digital copy.
So
Um,
do
It'll
it.
require a good cybertech roll and a good electronic security tech roll, and then we'll see.
all right.
I have faith in you.
I'm gonna.
that was your first mistake.
Eh,
I'd like to do that with a luck point.
Good idea.
So just
those exist.
so spend one luck point to roll a cybertech +1.
Mm-hmm. I will say that you get to roll the cybertech first and then roll cybertech +1.
Okay. So 19.
But both of them ended up 19, so or no, that was the new roll.
Cybertech was
Yeah.
from the initial roll.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
now you can roll with the +1. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can roll that again with the +1 if you'd like, or you can add the +1 to this.
Don't know if it succeeded or not yet, though.
Oh, you have to make that decision before I tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, you rolled a 5 on the D10. So
and 2 2s. So
The 5 is the only thing that is
Yeah.
actually being counted right now.
just
It's the unfortunate part of
'cause
how
roll
the
20's
system works. That it's
fucky.
showing you potential rolls, which are not helpful, but you can hover over on this setup and see
right.
that it did the 5. So
you can stick a 20 or re-roll. What do you want?
Do I hate myself enough to reroll? Is the question.
Probably.
Yeah, fuck it.
All right.
Well,
Hey!
Good thing you did.
wow.
Okay.
that's the 34, right?
That's the
Because you got the +1. Yeah,
Mhm.
that rules.
Look
Yeah,
at
okay,
that.
so you do manage to like get the gear ready to do this and set it up, and I think yeah, Doc, I think you're pretty impressed actually, because Lynx basically has made this so it's going to be super easy to to install into Elijah's spine at this point.
Right?
That's helpful.
So that's the setup to intercept everything. The setup for like the digital environment can be the electronic security tech roll, or was that what this was?
I think I'll do the electronic security roll for the actual environment.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
All right.
Don't
We
fuck
blow
it
another
up.
luck point for hopefully getting this one.
Don't fuck it up.
18. So we're gonna roll again with a +1,
Mm-hmm.
and I hope we get.
Yeah, but to remind you, that does mean that you will not get this one if you roll lower. If you roll lower, that's what you got.
You know, that's also a good point.
It's not like advantage in the dragon game.
Well,
This is-
how high did you
roll
well?
a
You
second
rolled
time.
a 4 on the die, which is not that high. You could arguably roll higher than a 4.
I could also get a 1. I haven't rolled a 1 yet.
That's the chance.
Well, that's gambler's fallacy, though.
Fuck it, we're
Yeah,
living
you
on the
always.
edge.
Yeah. And this is Cyberpunk, baby.
Aren't
Exactly.
you glad you live
24.
on the edge?
You always live on the edge.
That's what Cyberpunks do, baby.
Exactly. This is the cyber
Anyways,
game, not the dragon game.
Yeah, I think that you managed to not just make a faithful recreation of like generally someone who would be wearing Elijah's cyber gear would look like to this program, but you like even make a few detailed changes of like, no, this is Elijah's specifically. It's pretty good. Like there will be a role for this thing to try and beat that of just being aware of the system, but you are really confident that this is going to be real difficult to beat. And anyways, Doc, I think you have to do the last one, which will be either cybertech or your surgery skill to install this in him, but it's going to be a pretty low check because Lynx has set up a pretty decent system for you.
All right. May as well use my surgery skill that I've worked so hard on and went to actual
School
medical
for.
school.
Went to
Yeah.
actual school to do
Hear that, Tim?
You went to an
I'm an
actual-
actual doctor.
In the game.
with
Yeah,
a med.
in the
I'm an
game.
I'm a real fake doctor.
I'm an engineer in real life, technically.
Yeah, they're pretty close in
They're just
Cyberpunk.
computer doctors, dude.
I guess so.
Your doctorate in sewing. Yeah, okay.
All right, roll the thing.
Shit. All right. Since I can't roll a surgery check normal, or since there's no button for a surgery check,
Why would there not be a button for it? That's
because it's a roll ability.
Oh, that explains everything actually.
Surgery plus tech, which is 7, I think. Yeah. And I'm gonna blow a luck point on this just to be. Oh. Can I take that back?
This is
You rolled a crit.
Well, you rolled a crit, so you got to roll another d10
Yeah.
anyway.
Oh yeah.
yeah, and this is before the plus. And again, with luck, you can just decide to add the 1 to start, but you can also use it to roll again. Jeez. So that's a 31 or a 32 if you want to use the luck point on this.
You know, I think the 31 is probably fine.
Yeah, so you have 32 actually, because you're gonna or you don't use the luck point, I guess.
I don't use the luck point.
Yeah, okay. You're pretty sure. You are extremely confident that like you have actually improved the believability of the system because you go the extra mile to make sure like every tiny little cyber like neural line that is meant to imitate human spinal cords. You're like, nope, we're gonna make sure I don't miss a single one.
You gave him a super.
I think
spine.
as you're
Heroes don't fail me now.
Yeah, I think honestly, Elijah's sitting there and like, Doc, I think you just connected that better than my own spine because like, it's getting hard to move my own arms, but I can definitely feel moving the digital one. And yeah, you can see that like the digital version of him moves much faster than his own hand as he just sort of like demonstrates like this.
You fixed him, Doc. You made him better.
Mm.
And y'all were worried.
But yeah, so now you can kind of mess with this with impunity, and you do have a really accurate idea of how this is set up. I think both of you are looking at this, and you're like really sure that under some sort of legal investigation that this battle computer might technically be an AI for how self-aware it is. It has an insane amount of processing power as well, to the point that Lynx, you're like, if I could somehow attach any kind of receiver to this thing, and I could hack into someone's combat computer and turn it off with net running. It has that much processing power. This is like the most sophisticated thing someone has put in their body to date.
Damn, son.
Which is a good thing for you. I think by the combination of these roles, you don't know how you would do it. It would take maybe 1 or 2 more tests on his active system and the Arasaka version. But you're like, if I can hack into their like Bluetooth like esque like a watching software the Arasaka one has, I might be able to net run into them.
Damn, Bluetooth is canon in Cyberpunk.
Bluetooth exists in real life, and Cyberpunk only diverges in like the 2000s ish.
So we've always had
So we're
Bluetooth.
still using Bluetooth.
It's Bluetooth adjacent. I feel like there's probably a lot of differences to how we do it, but I'm not actually tech knowledgeable enough to understand what those are. So
Imagine knowing how Bluetooth works.
I mean, like, well, okay, so basically, actually,
Don't.
do I
we
want
don't
Nope.
have time for that.
Nope.
We don't have time
Okay,
for that.
Nope.
I will stop. I will shut up.
Nope. Nope. Don't
will
even.
shut up.
Nope.
All you
Free
need to know
in-
that it is,
Meanwhile, I'm
Once
sitting
you know
here
how
like,
to do it,
yeah,
it's
please go on.
once you know how.
I would actually like to hear this.
Oh god damn.
But
it.
like, it's almost 2. We can go on this rant and then leave, but
Let's.
Oh shit, you're right.
it's about time for a break.
That's true.
But yeah, I think that you have that set up, and I think you, Elijah, seems almost extremely grateful. Like, I'm really glad that you guys are doing this, because if you're in there, it would be a good favor to me if you could also find out or prepare a way for me to like not go crazy at the behest of Militech. That would be nice. I kind of regret my decision to get all this stuff in the first place, and it would be good to be able to turn it off in case I need to run away back home, and they then wouldn't be able to instantly kill my family.
Well,
Also, yeah. So I think that's maybe a good place to start, and when we come back, you can do some quick rolls in sort of understanding how to take down the software, and maybe unlike It's going to take some hardware to Bluetooth attach to these things,
Uh-huh.
Right.
but
that
that'll
be
be Worlds for when we come back.
Love it, love it, love it. So yeah, loves, darlings. I want to say a quick thank you to all of our followers we just gained in the past 2 hours. That's Rock Josh, Crystal Light, Aniki002, and Fancy Taffy. You people are amazing. And now, yeah, I know, right? So yeah, we're like 3 or 4 followers from the 50 we needed to make affiliate. You guys are amazing, and we love you very much. Thanks for hanging out. Someone get a Discord link going. Please join our Discord and hang out with us if you want to play in any TTRPGs or just hang out and talk about video games and or see any goofy memes. We do all that fun shit. We share poetry in the server too, so we do that. Like, there's a lot of cool shit going on.
Cat pics? A lot of cat pics?
There's a lot of cat pics going on.
Oh, and bird pics.
There's bird pics as well. It's wild. It's wild over there. It's a zoo almost. But yeah, no. Get involved. Check in. Tap in. And we would love to have y'all there. And we're gonna go ahead over to our intermission screen and leave y'all to do whatever y'all feel like doing. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. Okay. Love you, babies. Bye.
Hey everybody!
Hey, loves, what's up?
Back!
We're
We're back,
back.
we're back, we're back.
Guess who's back?
It's us again.
Yeah.
It's the people you were expecting to come back.
Yeah.
See how we did the thing where we came back?
Alright.
It was pretty lit.
Hey. Anyways, so when we left, I believe Doc and Lynx had just gotten their friend Elijah's sort of cyberware hooked in so they can mess with it and he doesn't immediately go crazy.
Good. We like that. We like it when our friends don't try to murder us with roller skates and blades.
But yeah, the things that I'd like to see from you guys about that are, one, you're going to have to look into how to mess with this sort of battle computer AI, and then secondly, how you're going to access that in the Arasaka guys. So whatever checks that you guys want to do that you think will justify that, I'm here for.
I'm here for the fuck shit.
Well, Doc, would you
Yeah.
like to help me out with some cyber tech?
It would be my pleasure.
Mhm. And as a reminder, if you're going to do a cooperative roll, the way I like to run that is you pick the stat of one of you, and then you both
Right.
add your skill in that skill together, and then roll a d10.
Alright. And Lynx, what is your cybertech stat?
Well, it's
Your tech. What is your tech
yeah,
stat?
my tech is at
Oh, you're-
8.
Oh,
Damn.
the stat, right.
Damn,
Yeah.
son.
Then we should use yours.
All right.
Ugh.
And that makes a certain amount of sense since this is kind of hacking versus, installing stuff in people.
Fox
Yeah.
is just kind of like over Link's
My tech
shoulder,
is
just kind of
only
like
a seven.
looking, trying to like not be annoying, just like, that was really fucking cool.
Oh, great. So you're here so we can use you as a shield if shit goes wrong.
I'm here with my gun in case things go wrong, okay? That's what I'm here for.
All right. Doc, what's your cyber tech skill?
4.
4. All right. So I'll roll and add a +4. Here goes something. +4 is a 23.
23.
Ooh, now give me a second. So it's as you sort of, I guess, you're looking at code, or are you looking at like the mechanical parts of this? Are you like digging into it physically, or?
We're just going to look at the virtual environment code readouts, I guess.
Okay. Well, if you're going to do that on the Arasaka ones, then there's not going to be any like contested roll. But if you're trying to do that to the currently active, the currently active Militech version that's in Elijah, there's going to be some pushback. So that's why I need to know how it is you're getting into it.
Okay. All right. So the first goal is to hopefully figure out an off switch for Elijah, right?
He's asked if you can do that, but that he understands if that's not possible.
All right.
I just
Let's
realized I
see.
can make the game screen a little bit
Pose
bigger.
could
So I'm gonna do that thing I just said I was
24.
gonna do.
Well, Doc.
24. What
Ooh.
skill? Sorry.
Bigger screen.
No, I just need to know what your goals are, and are you just are you trying to turn something off digitally or physically in Elijah's stuff?
Oh,
And then I've got to do a counter roll depending on your answer.
right. Well, if we're trying to disable the failsafe,
You're also trying to figure out how to turn off the whole battle computer entirely in the
right.
Arasaka guys.
In that case, unless we had a way of getting like up to them and doing it individual, it would probably be better to do it digitally than physically.
Like
Okay.
to so
To interfere
basically,
with the program. Right.
yeah. So maybe we could see with the Arasaka, see if there's some way if we can hack into the actual system.
Well, I guess that's the point. Maybe I haven't been clear. Is that the copy you have of the Arasaka one is just like a snapshot.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really going to interact well with any like digital probing. Like you won't know if this is accurate to a fully functional version inside somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You have to test the Militech one to see what works.
Okay. And you said it's got a lot of processing powers, which means that it's probably going to have some kind of. So it could be net run, right? Like, if we can find
if you can connect to it, you can net run it because this is an extreme example of cyberware. You think, in 30 years, most cyberware will have this kind of processing power, but for now, no. This is like the most advanced thing. It's the only cyberware you think you could net run.
Okay.
So I would assume you want to like test it out digitally to see if you can just net run digitally, turn this thing off.
Yeah.
Okay. So there is, as you test out the Militech version, and you do have this set up so it's not going to make Elijah move. You have set that up effectively, but you do have to still directly mess with his cyberware. It's like the second that you even send any kind of query at this, any kind of input that might alter it or change it, it immediately starts trying to take over his body, and you can see the digital version of him like instantly go into a battle mode. You can see basically it using his visual data to try and break out of these bonds, but as far as it's concerned, the bonds are unbreakable because it's not actually physically moving anything.
Right.
But it looks like he's kind of having a violent, angry seizure. You see the gun in his arm open up even inside the bonds and digitally start shooting until it's already out of ammo. You can see all sorts of impulses that absolutely would be there to like break everyone's necks or whatever if you were in there. It does not take much at all to mess with. And oh, whoop, that's a D20. That's the wrong die.
You rolled a 3, keep it.
Yeah, we'll go with the first one, even though it's not the right dice. Yeah, what you do notice, though, is that it doesn't lock you out. As much as it's trying to change his physical body, it seems like it maybe doesn't have especially good digital defenses because it is not prepared for someone to net run it. It is not designed that way.
We cracked
And
the code.
as you check the Arasaka copy that is more limited and doesn't react much, you do see it has a very similar, I guess, what would be like firewall-ish structure. Do you know how in real life right now that like cars with computers in them are super easy to hack once you actually attach to them? It's kind of like that,
pretty much
but
every
inside a person body.
enabled device is like ridiculous.
Exactly. You just would think we would be better at that with cars, the multi-ton death machines that we drive around all the time.
Why would you assume competence?
In capitalism.
Yeah, but yeah, it's that, but like for a person's body, and generally in a person's body who has a bunch of weapons on them. So, uh-oh. But yeah, you managed that. You do know now at least what kind of like pre-made program that you would make to just turn the whole thing off. You could also specifically make one to make someone's battle computer to go crazy. Although you don't know that the failsafe that failsafe in particular is installed in the Arasaka guys. But you think you could probably copy the Militech version of kill everyone in sight and like send it into the Arasaka version if you wanted to.
Might be a very nice one, actually.
Yeah, so I'd like you to kind of write those down as maybe not the same kind of battle programs, but they're effectively battle programs for you with a very specific use of turn off battle computer or go crazy.
Got it.
Fuck shit up.
Yeah. There is the problem, though, of how you're going to attach to it.
Yep.
And that's going to take some kind of electronic security tech roll, probably. Although if you have some other justified tech you want to use, or some other way, I'm open to hearing that.
Sorry.
To connect to it, huh? Is this thing
Yeah.
already like I know it's neuralware, right? But like, is it already like connected to the net in any sort of way?
No, definitely not. 100% not Elijah's, because his doesn't have any way of reaching outside his body at all. But even the Arasaka ones, it seemed like they weren't attached to the net. You assumed there was someone within range, but that range could be like several blocks, who was tapping into this sort of wireless Bluetooth version 20, whatever, extra
Right, but
of software they had or
right,
hardware.
but it is connected to some sort of like Bluetooth signal that I could technically hijack.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you could connect to it if you can find like the right device identifier. If you could find, you would have to make some hardware to basically set up that connection. You'd have to carry, simply because, like, I don't know how to describe this. Like the pathway between Bluetooth vision thing and battle computer in the Arasaka guys is not set up for you to net run, but could you could carry something around with you that would give you the extra processing power to bridge that gap, if that makes sense.
Okay.
It's going to take some tech to set that up more so than what you normally have on your
Right.
deck.
And this would be a hardware installation, right? So.
Yeah, it would be one of the hardware slots on your deck, or you could make a separate device, but it would be more expensive because it would basically be making a small net infrastructure in your pocket that then you connect to with your deck, which then would connect to them.
Right.
I believe you have a hardware slot though on your deck still.
I believe I do. Okay.
Yeah, so that's going to be. Neither of you are especially good at making new technology, so it may be a kind of high electronic security tech role.
Got it. Doc, you want to help me out here? You've got
Sure.
the finesse.
Certainly.
All right. So.
Although, is there a? I wish there was just a remember things skill.
Security tech, did you say? Or cyber tech?
Yeah, but give me a second. Is there like a just remember a thing skill? I want to say. I just can't think of what it would be.
A memory skill?
Do we have
Yeah.
can we recall something?
Yeah,
Let's. I'm looking. I mean, you could argue concentration.
I would take that if you guys want that, or deduction.
Yeah, I thought those make sense. They make sense.
Okay. I'll roll it. Not sure why, but okay, we'll do.
Okay, you know what? That's going to be high enough. The thing you're forgetting is that you have Enzo, the tech, living here, who is very good at making new things.
Oh shit! It's my guy.
Yeah.
Kid!
I don't normally make people roll to remember stuff if they remember them, but if my players don't remember a thing, I'll make them roll before I remind them, because that seems fair.
Yep. All right, Kid, I need you to go ask Enzo if he can be here. We need his help.
Oh, I am happy to pay him a visit.
Yeah. So, yeah, he has an apartment here, and he tends to go on odd jobs for other people around when he needs to.
Wait, hold up.
But there's a lot... Huh?
Before any of this happens, where's
Mhm.
Raina right now?
Say what?
Where's Raina right now?
Raina is probably, like... Her and Jessica are sort of settling in to their apartment room,
Oh,
which
thank
is
God.
very close to Auntie Noelle's.
Oh, thank God. Okay, fine. Just making sure they weren't in my room still. Okay, cool.
No, like, Jessica has made it clear that there's still going to be some boundaries because you guys are, like, not dating. You are part of Raina's life, but not necessarily.
Good. I'm
Just
glad we
like-
established that. I am glad it's a conversation we've had.
Mhm.
All right.
But,
Well, yeah. I'm
Enzo
gonna go
is,
visit over to Enzo real quick and talk to him about getting some new tech. So he'll see you guys in a couple hours.
Yeah, so you go talk to him. He's in his room. He's seemingly working on one of his little drones. I think it's the crawling one, which, if I remember right, we named Linguini.
I believe it was Linguini.
Might have been Linguini.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, he's just fiddling with that when you come and knock on his door. And he's like, "Hey, Fox, what you need?" He's still like fiddling with it.
Enzo, Linguini. Sorry to bother you in the middle of
Yeah.
tinkering. We just have been yeah, we've been getting into some
Sorry to
shit,
bother you in the
dude.
middle of your fingering?
That's the tinkering.
Tinkering.
The fuck, dude?
Oh.
Jesus.
Sorry, your mic cut out.
Jesus,
Yeah, when you
dude.
say, also, when you say hi to
All I
Linguini,
heard was
you see,
tinkering.
when you say hi to Linguini, you see Enzo twiddle the like the screwdriver thing he has, and then Linguini's hand, like one of his little legs, goes up and waves at you.
Oh, what a cutie.
Hmm.
That's cute.
Well, yeah, not to fiddle in the middle of your fiddling and such, but yeah, we've been getting into some shit, dude, and I'll save you all the details for the sake of
Yeah, I
your
heard
alibi and
a
everything.
fighter fight outside, which just closer than normal for me. I was about to grab my gun and get out, but it seemed like you guys had it handled.
Nah, don't worry. I hear they had all the fun. I was busy. Anyway, the long and short of it is, we just happen to need your specific expertise. We had a few Arasaka goons, which, you know, speaking of the gunfire outside and such, and not to make too much of a mess of the situation, but we might have found a way to, you know, fuck with their cool little battle computers they got in the back of their heads. Mom has all the details. I'm nowhere near smart enough to do so. But from what I'm gathering, they can't seem to make a gadget to get it hooked up, which is where you come in, of course.
Okay, well, I mean, I'd probably need to talk to them, but
Yeah, they're down in Doc's
Yeah,
lab.
sure.
Pop down whenever you give them a minute. I just figured I'd come by and say hello, make sure everything was cool.
yeah, things are going pretty good. There's definitely more work here for someone of my specialty.
Good.
I've
I'm
been
glad.
helping Elijah a lot with just, man, the plumbing in some of these buildings we're tearing down, hilariously bad.
Yeah, we've been grabbing a couple new occupants these days. I'm glad you're all settling in well.
Yeah, you know, if I'm gonna make something, it's gonna cost me a little bit in materials. You can see he just has a bunch of like random parts of everything around his like room. It's like, but you know, we could make some sort of deal on that. We
Yeah.
can talk about it afterwards if you need to.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. Don't worry about it. If it's about payment, then you know I got you covered, boss man.
I think he does like a little bit of a sly smile. It's like, I mean, it doesn't have to be money payment. It'd be a
course.
favor for a favor.
Of course, favors are always welcome around here.
A little more tinkering.
Listen, I can't keep him too busy. He has work to do. Later,
yeah,
we'll
let me
talk
come on
later.
Yeah, let me come on down. I think is what he says, and I'll like follow you down.
Yeah.
And like you don't have to like redo the spiel of everything I told you and how this works, but you can effectively
The
sort of show
thing.
him how this is. And the way I'd like for this to work is he's going to technically use his fabrication expertise, which he is especially good at, to make this device for you. But you can help him because he's still using a tech skill, one that's not technically unique. He just gets an extra bonus for who he is.
Because he fancy.
Offer my assistance.
So yeah.
I'd like to offer her assistance.
So yeah,
And-
what I think this is still going to be an electronics security tech. So we're going to use his stat and his skill, but we can add your skill to it if you're going to be helping.
All right, +6.
Oh.
You actually technically have as much electronic security tech as him. You just don't get the extra tech class skill on
extra
here. So
fancy shit. What's my cellular charger?
yeah, you guys get to working.
Do the work.
Yeah, so you guys sort of sit down, and I think the part that you're really contributing to is sort of the software to make this hardware work, which allows him to just focus on the hardware. I think you get to see sort of his style of building, and he does have to do a certain amount of coding, yeah, he's not an exceptional coder. He's not really a net runner either, but you do see that he knows what he's doing. And as you sort of build this thing together, I think the part that you're really proud of is this is just one slot because you rolled a 25. It's not going to take more than that. And it's this like quick attachment that just sort of attaches here, and it amplifies the normal, I guess, node finding abilities of your deck to find any kind of receiver that normally is too wattage isn't the right word, but like it's too low bandwidth for your deck to even pick up. So you can find those. And I think the part that you work on is you are basically building something that will find that like unique identifier. Did we want to explain Bluetooth very quick for the audience?
Give him the spiel.
I mean, like, I don't really know that much. Don't really know that much about it. I just remember a story from a professor who had successfully made a very good hack on Bluetooth.
You should tell it.
All
You should tell it
right.
really quick.
Okay. So basically, I heard the story from a professor, but he's studying Bluetooth, right? So he was studying. This was like last year or so, and he was studying version 4, 3 or 4, and essentially there's like the pairing for the Bluetooth device uses a very unique, almost like a MAC address kind of. So if you can figure out what that unique number is, you can send whatever the fuck kind of signals you want to, or you can just intercept the signals and and just take the unique identifier and then just tell the Bluetooth device to do whatever the heck you want. So this guy had just like,
That
on a
opens up
train,
some interesting
yeah,
possibilities.
shut off loud people's headphones when they annoyed him too much because it was like at like what 6 in the morning and it's just like they're blaring music
Yeah,
on the
or
train.
play whatever you may want to play throughout those same headphones.
Yeah. So very easily hackable. Let's leave it at that.
So yeah, like in setting this this like Bluetooth technology is effectively like version 20, but it's still effectively the same
Still
thing. There's
has
more
no
security to deal with. Say what?
Still has no security.
There's like more, but it's really more just in this case, for this specific thing, the identifier is just like exponentially bigger by version. But also, your ability to just brute force that identifier is exponentially bigger. And I think in the end, the sort of hardware that it's going to require to let you do that is going to cost you around 200 eddies.
Okay.
Which, you guys just got a big infusion of cash, so it's very possible.
We
to
just
make
got
that.
paid.
And honestly,
We just got fucking paid.
Yee. And yeah, it was. Honestly, it ended up being less expensive than you thought it was going to be because you guys managed to cannibalize quite a few parts.
Because you're so fucking good, that's why.
Especially, you actually used some of the like Bluetooth receivers and emitters from the Arasaka guys that you pulled out of them. Since that was one of the things you didn't sell because it was very
Great
dangerous.
job, guys.
And so yeah, you have that set up, and I think you're prepared for dealing with them if they came back. It technically also has the added benefit that if you look for a node, you will be able to identify anyone with this like internal Bluetooth thing.
All right, so it basically expands the scan ability.
To include smaller devices that you can't normally node in. I mean, if you roll high enough, this might even detect people's like agents in their pocket and things like that. Although you won't really be able to hack that yet. That's going to take some more tech.
Right.
That's
but you will be able to maybe see them if you roll high enough, which could definitely help with people trying to be stealthy around you.
Sweet. Well done. Great job.
Great.
But yeah, the other thing I
Thanks,
wanted to
Enzo.
address. Oh, sorry. Keep going.
Just thanks to Enzo.
He's like, no, I'm happy. This is pretty cool, actually. I don't know that it's like a thing I could sell to a lot of people, but if you ever have someone who wants to have one of these, well, you definitely make some more and sell it for a lot higher than it costs to make it.
I'm gonna talk to Foxman over there.
Darling, making money is all I do in this city.
Yeah, it's going to be really specialized equipment is the thing, so I don't know that you'll find a lot of buyers for it, but
If you can make something, I can find someone in Night City who can buy it. That's literally my job.
yeah, that's fair. But you can see he's like very excited, like, yeah, well, I'm gonna keep working on this. I think there's some potential here for just like detecting electronics, which is really cool. So
Well, you go have fun with that, and I'll see you later.
yeah. And he takes just the schematics and everything for it, and you see him head off back to his room to start tinkering some more.
Well, always a chipper folk, that one. All right, kids.
Yeah.
Sounds like we've got ourselves a game plan and a counter-assassin weapon.
Right. Another thing I would like to see, though, really quick, is it happened before the break, and I wanted to get some stuff done before that, but you guys have set out sort of a message to be here at this concert at this time in a few days. What I would like to know, because Dion especially, but also Lynx to an extent, you can decide to lead, like influence people a little more with the messages you have, because Dion rolled very well, so he's not gonna have to roll again for that. But for you, Lynx, you also have an opportunity in these day or two to maybe draw out anyone you want to draw out, or start looking for information or leaving information. I want to see what you're gonna do with this concert a little more, is what I'm saying.
Well,
and definitely ask questions if you're like not sure what players are doing or what you know about them.
Okay, so what do we know about those extremely obvious
You know that they work for Stink Miner.
yeah, those guys.
you know
Those,
that
yeah,
they
don't
are
worry about them.
local.
I know who those assholes are. Fuck them.
Well, yeah, you also are sure that they're physically watching you, and I think if you rolled some human insight, you could maybe get a little more from what you remember seeing on them, if that makes sense.
Ah, ha, 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 ha.
But actually, any three of you who were there when they rolled by, so everyone
I
but
could
Dion
do
could
it.
roll human perception again to get a little more.
Let me see. I could do that, and I think I rolled a good number. No, I didn't. I rolled a 5. No, I lied. I actually rolled a 4, but I got a 16.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's Doc that didn't roll super great, but
I mean,
Hey, I rolled a
I
5.
could roll, but I'm guessing this is yeah.
yeah. So I think yeah, Lynx, you're thinking, and you're like, I don't know, they seem like Hitman guys.
It
And
seemed
Doc,
like dudes.
you do like notice some of their cyber tech. And you're like, that's reminding me of someone, something, and I just can't. And it's Fox who's like, wait a minute, they were outfitted almost exactly like those guys that turned our water off.
Oh, yeah. You know,
Like
that seems like a bit too comfortable to be a coincidence.
yeah, like they're the same gear and sort of the same style. You're like, huh.
Guess that would explain why we've been having some slight problems in getting things operational around here. It's almost like this was a deliberate attempt to get us to accept corporate influence.
Mhm.
It's the equivalent of corporate sabotage, and technically you are in the corporate world by running one of these buildings.
I
so
am
it's,
gonna put a bullet in that guy. I swear to God, I'm gonna put a bullet in that guy. A couple bullets.
But yeah, I think also with that 16, Fox, you're sort of just thinking about maybe his motivations.
Yeah.
You're like, you definitely still want to put a bullet in him. I'm not
Obviously.
putting words in your mouth. But you do also think, well, he could easily be persuaded to stop doing that. All he wants is the money and influence of having mega structures in his section. Because, he's in charge of South Night City. All of the green areas in these, the executive zone, the people in charge of those places are getting a lot of corporate sponsorships and a lot of money. And Sneakminer's not getting any of that.
I see.
So definitely his motivations here are a certain amount of power and money. And you also just assume he's kind of a controlling guy, considering he hires hit squads to turn your water off, and when that didn't work, blackmail you specifically.
Yeah, well, sucks for him, I guess. Sometimes all that lust for power gets you shot several times.
But yeah, that's sort of his motivation.
That
And
makes
he did
sense.
say he would take really any corporate sponsorship. He just suggested one.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm using the one that he deliberately suggested just for specifically for that reason. But yeah, other than, I don't know, I don't really have anything else to do for this setup
But yeah,
here, I feel like.
But yeah, I want to know mostly like that's what you would know, Lynx, is Fox explains that to you or points it out, and that's what you know about that hit squad.
Okay. And what do we know about beyond the whole Arasaka so Arasaka hit squads? What kind of rumors are there out currently, and how might people contact them?
Well, the general rumors that you don't have to research for is just that they're still around, they still exist. They tend to be getting paid very under the table. At this point, they're really just a gang that has a corp backing that just happens to be from another country. So contacting them generally is a need-to-know basis. But if you were just looking in general for a hit squad, one of the people that you would get contacted by if you put that information out would probably be them. If one person were to do it. If you guys did it, they would probably not, because they've been hired to attack you.
Pretty sure they're trying to murder us.
Maybe they'd contact you if they think you're stupid.
And they'd be right. But we can't let them know that. So yeah, how do we want to flavor this actual this invite? Do we want to draw out? Because I'm thinking now that we got a couple of hitmen, we can freely turn on the crazy switch whenever we want. Maybe we just get them in the crowd.
Sure. I think.
So I mean, the easiest way to do that, since they're literally hired to kill us, might be just tell them it's. Yeah, I mean, I'm technically the fixer sponsoring the event, so just say it's a Foxy event. Say it's a Young Fox event. I'm promoting them as far as that it will be there. Just put it out as an event sponsored by the
Well-
Neon Lights crew. You know, in celebration of our recent dealings of our future dealings with the Continental brands.
So-
Well,
Auntie, maybe we should have a conversation with Auntie Noelle before any of that.
Maybe.
also, if you want to know more on how you think they'll react, that will be a combination of research and human perception.
Ah, I see.
It's not a bad plan. I'm just saying that if you want more information on before you make a decision.
Listen, I'm open. I don't want to make all the plans here. So anybody's welcome to throw out ideas they have that make more sense than my dumbass plans.
I think we should do our best to make it look like Arasaka is behind the incident.
So then we get our goon friends in the crowd and let them go a bit crazy on some bystanders.
Ooh.
It's a tough world, but
We could leave some bread crumbs on. Oh, who maybe Dinky. Do you think we could maybe leave a nice package for him for putting out hits?
A way
As
to
in,
frame
like, make
him
it look
for
like he's
this.
putting out it.
It's actually
leave that
certainly
visual trail.
possible. Yeah, that might certainly be a thing we could do. Let's see.
I would say if you're trying to get, you said stink miner. You kind of cut out for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would either need to somehow get a hold of his personal agent, but it's like pretty common practice if someone important is going to hire someone, they do it through someone else.
Exactly.
And,
That's what I was thinking.
if you
He's gonna
could-
cover his ass.
Yeah, if you could you would just need access to some kind of system that he might have access to, and basically like fake his, I guess, agent signature, his digital information, and place a message that looks like it's from him.
Well, I
in
think
the
we can
record
worry about
system.
who to frame for the incident directly afterwards. Because even if we frame Arasaka for it, we can still implicate Stinky later if we want to. As far as who we're going to frame for the direct
You have time
incident,
to do this if you need to.
but as far as who we're going to frame for the direct incident, we already have a trigger and an explosive, and by that I mean both literally a trigger and an explosive, and also a bunch of goons who are an explosive and a trigger, as in we can make them go goon mode on a bunch of random people.
Yeah. Then what I'd want to do before you know how to do that would be to have Dion maybe roll some human perception on just the information he already has on his hit squad, or do some research and then human perception, and it'll make the second check much lower.
You got time?
Alright.
You need research.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a library search.
You should tell me
Yeah.
you're going to do that in roleplay.
Oh. I'll look him up. I guess. Leon's not a talker.
That's fair.
Yeah, you're just like, well, I might be able to figure out a way to do that. Give me a second, and you're just gonna go research.
Well, he's off to the
Lynx
races.
is gonna motion over to go over to Kit. Get over here. I need to make some edits to your agent calls.
Oh, good lord! You have to go in my head. Oh,
Come on, we don't need us getting implicated.
this is always weird.
That's what you get for installing it in your brain case.
Hey, it's easier than carrying it around, and I forget things.
See, this
Anyways,
is why we don't care about meat bags.
Fine.
Yeah.
And Fox will just kind of like go and he'll half take his shirt off and go, oh wait, no, you don't need that, do you? Sorry, my bad. And then we'll just kind of lay down and then just go, all right, Doc, cut me open.
You also don't need to cut you open because she can just access your agent.
Listen, you're asking me to know a lot about medical information, all right?
Yeah. Anyways, real quick with Dion. So yeah, you just do a little more research as to just, I guess, generally how Arasaka hit squads act and how they operate, but also trying to find this specific one, or at least incidences that look like they were them and how they did things. And I think the main thing that you find is Arasaka hit squads in general, but especially this one, are looking for weaknesses, are looking for a time when you are very vulnerable.
Naturally.
And so you would have to flavor the message in a way that they would pick up to be like, yep, we're going to be in a place where we don't have any protection. And that would be the thing that would draw them out. And you already rolled so high in your composition, and we just didn't get into it. But if you want to imply that in sort of your announcement of this concert, it's possible.
All right. Do I still roll for human perception?
Yeah, that'll be for a little more insight. as to like the best way to do that.
All right. So that is also a 3.
Also a 15. All right. Your research and human perception are the same amount.
Yep.
All right. I guess that means that 15 is probably actually a 17 because the 2 because of agent.
Oh yeah.
True facts.
Okay. But yeah, so yeah, I think your insight is going to be on specific ones of them as to like the best way to do that. And I think your insight to them would be also a little bit on Continental brands, and you think actually, yeah, if we could imply or do some sort of like data manipulation to make Continental brands look like a very easy building to infiltrate, they might try and hit us while we're in the building to frame Continental brands.
Just trying to frame everyone else.
Hold
Yeah, this
up. Oh wow. Oh shit. Oh shit. So
Oh,
you're
do you
saying we could get a squad of roided up Arasaka goons who we can make go berserk at any moment inside the Continental Brands building trying to kill us?
Mm-hmm.
All they need is the assumption that we'll be in the building. Heavy emphasis on the word assumption.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear.
Y'all should do that. Y'all should tell them that.
So
Make
you
it
can
very clear
definitely
that the
do-
concert's a preliminary event to celebrate a meeting between a representative from the Neon Lights building, obviously me. You can put me on the fucking flyer if you want, and the Neon Lights representative of Gen Corp. Or I keep saying Gen Corp. What the fuck is wrong with me? I'm thinking of something else I'm writing. Sorry, my bad. Of Continental Brands. Just say that. Just say that's happening, and then they'll think we're there.
But yeah, also Dion, with that human perception, you're actually like 80 to 90% sure they're after you, Dion specifically.
Oh well, rip.
So you can also be like, oh yeah, Fox and his media Dion, who will record the whole event and like make a whole interview about it, are gonna be in the building during the concert to like, and that's what the concert is celebrating. Is
Exactly.
we're gonna take back South Night City from the violence, and Continental Brands is helping, and a bunch of stuff to make everybody look good.
Some
that is
liberal
obviously-
bullshit.
Yeah, obvious corporate bullshit, but like, it is going to have that nugget of Dion and Foxy are gonna be in the building.
In the
Very
fucking
easy to
building,
hack
boy.
Although I'm gonna say that the one thing that you're gonna need that you just can't fabricate is someone's gonna have to soften up their cybersecurity a bit, so that the Arasaka guys are confident they can sneak in.
Well then, sounds like a job for me. But first, Fox, we need to fix your phone call.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead in my
That's
head.
gonna be another electronic security tech.
Please
skill.
don't fire my brain.
But because Fox is allowing this to happen, the check is gonna be kind of low.
Okay, cool. You got
All
it.
right.
Don't
We
fry my
will.
brain, please. That's
We
not a brain frying.
didn't!
That is not a brain frying roll.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna like write this down for if someone tries to figure out it's been edited, but they'll have to beat a 30.
Damn.
So
Damn, son. You see how we party around here?
All right, let me write that.
Well, you do have a +2 that you haven't used yet, so that's gonna be a little
Nah, that'll be
Yeah, I
fine.
haven't had to roll yet, and I didn't want to use it on the Elijah Goes Crazy roll.
It would have been fine. Don't worry, we got this.
Alrighty.
From
So, yeah, that's pretty easy to edit. It was a pretty small section. You just kind of change it to Fox saying, "Hey, you guys should we'll help you pay for your guys to sort of pretty up the building if you need it."
Smart. All right. Is there anything else we need to do as far as prep work, or do we have a show to put on?
I guess the last thing is yeah, Lynx is going to maybe want to hack into their security.
Smart.
Yep. So, guess we're gonna have to go on a trip.
it's probably best if all of us don't go. That might seem a little bit too obvious. As if we know our Arasaka guys are after our media friend over here. How about me and Ma take a trip in the car down to the Continental Brands building and see if she can get a little line in the security. You two remain here, do any remaining sleuthing / stealthing / I don't know, some other S word that ends with ing.
Alrighty. So, what I want to do is there is a map for the front of this building, but I'm not going to bring it up quite yet. Only if things, go south and we need to do some combat.
If some shit happens.
Yeah. But that is prepared, just so you know. What I actually want to do is have you guys roll me some stealth and such to get close enough to the building that you can start hacking into it from the outside.
Good lord. I am not great at stealth.
Thankfully, you don't have to be. I am.
Yeah, I will let one of you roll it,
Yeah, okay,
because
cool.
it's mostly, can I park the car in a way that I am close enough, we don't have to leave it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, although with a 21, you do get pretty close, but you do actually have to, stand outside of the car next to the building. But it is sort of like, it's clear next to the front, but you can be kind of around a corner and behind a thing. And that's just close enough. You're like hiding behind a bus stop, basically.
As soon as Lynx goes for the point, and in order to make a bit of a distraction, Fox will get out of his car, look left, look right, begin to sway as if he's a bit drunk, point at the first woman he sees on the street and just goes, "Damn, shawty! You are looking amazing over there!" Just making the most obvious scene I can possible.
And just the opposite direction.
Yeah, just the opposite direction. I'm just over off on the side, drunkenly hitting on some random person.
Okay.
For those in chat, do not drunkenly sexually harass women on the street, even to distract your friends from hacking corporations. It's not good to sexually harass people.
Or soberly.
Or men.
Or soberly.
Not...
Yeah, so don't get drunk and hit on people to distract your friends from hacking corporations. Or in fact, don't do that, period. Even if your friends aren't hacking corporations. Just don't do it. It's a bad idea. That's all I gotta say. Also, hi, Molly, love you!
Hey!
Okay, that's all I got. So yeah.
What I would like you to roll then is either conversation or persuasion.
Oh no, what if I roll too good on conversation and she goes for it? Shit! I didn't think about this.
I mean, you're drunkenly hitting on her unsolicited in the street. It's going to be a pretty high check.
Yeah, well, I would say that
21.
Depending on the chat. Oh, you did persuasion. All right, yeah. I was gonna say that a conversation is deceptive in that you are not actually trying to get her to. But persuasion is you're gonna try and get her into you.
Yeah, I just listen. I mean, I gotta be me. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I can only be me.
21 is pretty good. She doesn't immediately slap you, we'll say.
I'll take it. That's fine. That's enough. I'll take it.
This is definitely some office lady that is passing by, doesn't work here. You can at least tell by very business wear. But she does look you up and down and go, "Hey, I know that I'm good looking. You don't have to tell me."
Listen,
and there's a conversation going.
Listen, a woman as good looking as you, you might as well say it twice, right? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So this is the conversation you're having while we're actually gonna.
You do the important thing, Ma.
So I'm just gonna have this blank screen up, and we're going to use the shape thing to.
Time to make some net architectures. Remind me to link you that pack for cyberspace assets at some point, and then that's totally.
No, I was looking at some of it. I think that it would take a lot of copy and pasting and stuff to get it to fit into this setup. But
that's fair.
I'm gonna have to spend some time to do that later, but not right now.
Yeah.
Anyways, so I'm gonna say that you easily find the node that you're gonna get into, and so you do get to see this sort of front room lobby that doesn't take anything to get in.
Righty.
Then...
Time to start activating some programs.
But it does seem to go into another room. Why is it?
You on the right layer?
There we
Also,
go.
color?
Oh no,
There
it
you
just keeps changing color every time I change what shape thing
go.
I'm
Let
doing.
me get
Yeah,
the
there
chat.
is
Nice
one
big
way
view
out.
on this. There we go. Nice big. There you go. Let me zoom chat in real quick, and you know what? Yeah, there we go.
Right, Lynx is gonna activate Sia, and
Every time.
and then also put up armor.
Mhm.
And then she's gonna run a pathfinding check.
Alrighty.
That's a net run +2.
Pathfinder, that's a different game.
That's a different game.
That's
Wow.
a crit.
Roll another d10.
Okay then.
She's finding the path.
Eh, it's 18.
18. That's still real good.
That's still a path
Yeah,
that's
there's
found.
So yeah, there is. I'm gonna draw more paths in a second, but I think first thing you find with this Pathfinder, because I'm gonna use it basically as a digital version of perception. You also see that this lobby is meant for people to like look at, like they understand that netrunners who are around are gonna go looking at this room. So there's not security into getting here. And you're also pretty sure that any like demons down the line aren't going to sense you being in this room. They're not designed to. But there is like a lot of warnings. All of the style of the same ads that Continental Brands has, so it's like their CEO and she's looking kind of motherly, and it's definitely like a finger wag, like you shouldn't go in there. It's obnoxious, and but yeah,
now,
you
child.
are not. That sign won't stop you because you don't care to read it.
This sign can't stop me because I can't read.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
wonder
that seems
who
to be.
that for.
Yeah, I wonder who that sign's for. So yeah, there's a series of 2 more rooms that you definitely see past, and there is a split here. And then this one goes down 1 more. So let me do lines for this. But that's the basic structure of. It looks like basically their whole system, like for the building. You don't know. I guess with 17, you would know that the next room seems to be like basic security stuff, like the front lobby cameras, but none of the defenses. Then that goes to this room, which the second room has some of the front lobby defenses. Whoop. From here, the room to the right has you think like their data, like everything they're recording, a lot of their file system for like sharing information between the building, communications, stuff like that.
What to
And,
ruin their day.
Mm-hmm. And then as it goes down here, there is a second set of security systems for the upper levels.
Like civilian levels?
No, so yeah, the front 2 are security for the front lobby, and then
Right.
there's civilian levels, and the top levels are the corporate stuff. You think this is like boss's office and the guns that are actively in the ceiling inside the worker space. But you also know with a 18, you can beat all the passwords going all the way down this. And if you want to modify any of the structure, you do have to get all the way to the bottom. And I should.
Lynx is maximum hacker man.
And then I'm also going to draw. There is a demon sitting here in this room.
This one?
Yep, I'm just placing it next to it, and I'll move it around when we actually get to it. And then there's another one in the back here. So both the rooms where guns are present has demons. And also for gray shapes, there is what looks like a black ice program in each of these rooms as well.
Oof.
You're not sure with levels, but you do know this is where they're at. You do also can kind of make a guesstimate that neither of these are going to be high-level demons or black ice because they haven't put that much money into their passwords either. It is kind of a guesstimate, but it's still, there.
Yep. Okay. Alrighty then.
I would like one human perception roll real quick to also sort of make a judgment call on what you know about Arasaka, as to like what they're capable of hacking into, what they would consider like a difficult thing to do.
Okay. This is gonna be really bad, but we'll see.
10. Yeah, you're not sure that they would have, like, this wouldn't be impossible for them, but you're really not sure if this is something they would think is easy. And
Wait.
we'll let you roll that again when you get to the bottom when it comes to altering it.
Can I GM argue for her real quick?
Okay.
Could she, as opposed to using human perception, use some kind of tech skill to basically leave like an obvious backdoor in like the security, like something that like any hacker could pick up?
When she gets down and it comes to modifying it, 100%.
Okay.
That'll be a tech skill to make that and make it obvious. It's more of her perception on what they would think is easy.
Foxy PSA for all TTRPG players. Argue skills with your GM. It makes the game much more fun.
Oh, always. I'm here for you to convince me what skill you're using.
Also,
but anyways.
Just like Lynx has been opposing Arasaka operations for a while, so I was thinking, could she maybe use something like, I don't know, tactics or something, or even like cryptography to see if like maybe if she can like, you know, get, like have a better idea of like what kind of patterns they normally use when they do infiltration.
You know what? I think that's fair. Yeah.
Excuse me.
If you want to roll that right now to see what they think about this using that. 18 is much better. Yeah, you assume that this hit squad, if they operate like any of the other ones that you've encountered, because you've encountered their work, not necessarily them like trying to shoot at you, you would say that it's definitely possible for them, but you would have to sweeten the pot for them to make this the thing they're attacking. It's going to take at least a little bit of reducing, I guess, passwords and stuff, because if they go in here, what they're going to do at the very least is get down to the camera level here of the office so they can turn it all off temporarily.
Okay, so at the very least we want to decrease the password level, not too much so it's suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
I would also say that generally these sort of hit squads are pretty arrogant with themselves, so you could lower it pretty low and they'd be like, yeah, Continental brands suck, of course they don't do this. They consider any company that's not actively a military, like, strike force company to be kind of dumb.
Are they wrong?
You know?
Kinda. Honestly, if you were caught crossing Continental brands, you know that they would absolutely hire some people to kill you for any reason.
Yeah, that's fair.
Alright. But the question is, do I want to mess with any of their data files?
I mean, yes? The question is, do you want to?
You're pretty sure that, one, those data files are going to be protected in a way that even if the building collapses, it will be recoverable. But two, this is where their end of the recording of what Foxy's talked about is going to be.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, you gonna want to fix that.
Yeah, alright. Let's go for it.
I mean, you messing with Foxy's side is already going to throw doubt on their version, because they have all the resources ever to edit that. So, you know, maybe they edited in, it was his team to throw blame on Foxy. That'll be an easy lie for you to sell. Also, nobody likes Continental brands, so they'll believe it just because they don't like them. But if you wanted to make it unassailable and then make it look like just the CEO is lying, you could edit that and he would go away, even if he survives the rest of this.
Nice. I like this plan. Alright, time to run then.
Alrighty.
We're gonna shoot on down to the first level and also activate Speedy Gonzalez.
Right. You're not gonna have the back door because each of these does have a password. It's just lower than your quite excellent net run.
That's true.
Your Pathfinder.
Let's go. Oof, that's already bad.
Well, I mean, you don't make it through because you do have to roll another die and put it down a bit. Well, actually, roll that extra die. There's a chance.
Is it really that bad? No.
Yeah, no. You are not sure what the password is, but you don't open it. But technically, you haven't stepped past the threshold of when the things care about you, so this is a good place to fail.
It is
The
a good
next one,
place
it'll
to
be a
fail.
problem.
Yep, that's a black ice program that we're fighting against. I do not quite want to tangle with those, so Speedy Gonzalez is up.
Oh boy.
Black ice programs can't move, right?
Yeah, they don't do anything until you enter, like, their space, basically.
Got it. All right, so we're gonna try this again.
Much better. You definitely blow past that, and you find out that the password was a 5.
Just 5.
Just
Yeah, the first one was very easy, and you just didn't quite make it. If you'd rolled a 1 on the second die, you would have made it just barely.
Oof.
But yeah, as you enter there, you find a scorpion. Is what this guy is right here,
ew.
the first one. Technically, you can decide like the art style, basically, that you perceive these things in. But yeah, it is pretty. It's not horrible, but you do have to defeat it because it's immediately going to try and attack you.
Time to equip the banhammer.
beat its face.
Yeah. So what you have to do, because these are different than demons, is you have to roll some kind of speed thing to decide if you go first or not.
Got it.
Yeah,
And
you're gonna roll your interface plus a speed bonus if you have it active, plus
Which is
1d10.
Plus 1d10. All right, net run, and then add 2. 15.
And I have to roll.
A number.
Yeah, just a 1d10 plus its speed.
Scorpion is
A 6.
6. Dang, that's a fast.
Is a fast one.
Mhm.
Speedy guy.
That is backwards.
He's going to the subreddit r/1d10 plus 6.
Hey, anyways, so yeah, you do beat it, so you get to go first.
All right,
So fast. Blinding speed.
banhammer. Let's swing at it with the banhammer.
Alright, I'm resuming my oregano break, by the way, if anyone's wondering.
I swing at
Down
it with
here
the
if you
banhammer,
use
so it's
me.
a +1 to the attack roll. Oh, that's a crit.
Oof. Yeah,
Damn!
roll another d10 to see how high we get.
That's DiMaggio, summoner.
Ooh.
So that's a 21, because banhammer is a +1 to my attack roll.
Good lord.
Does that hit?
Oh yeah, definitely. I was about to say, unless he gets a crit, and even then I doubt it. But yeah, so you definitely beat that. So
Right.
roll that damage, and I'm gonna say just add an extra d6 to that because you rolled real well.
3d6
not-
then.
How the rule is supposed to go, but I'm fine with that.
15.
Ooh. So yeah, this technically also kind of goes by the crit damage rules. So this is gonna do an extra 5 points of damage, although it doesn't really suffer injuries. So that's technically 20, and you obliterate this thing instantly. It had 15 health exactly.
You banned it. You got better banhammer skills than Tim does.
Just
So yeah, how?
bam.
Yeah. So how does that look when you just instantly banhammer something?
I just pull out this like rather large cartoonish like looking hammer, and it's like
Mhm.
crackling with lightning.
It's like Who Framed Roger Rabbit style.
Yeah.
And
Which
just
is like, you go. Sorry.
no. Just, I kind of figured just gonna go, just slam it into the wall.
Yeah.
Just, hey, remember,
Oh, yeah, so
remember
it's like a sideways bunk. So yeah, like, because this is all technically augmented reality VR. Like, you're not experiencing this fully, but it is still like you see all of these shapes superimposed over reality, and so there's this sort of cartoony feeling of you could just like gently move your hand in real life, but the VR version of you goes bonk, and this thing just like whatever animation pack you have, there's like a gross squelch as it just
I
like
love it.
cartoony flats against the wall, and then weep, boop, and dies. But yeah, so you definitely destroy that. But you also know that technically the demon that's on the other side of the door is gonna have a turn. So you have used, I believe, 1 action since you passed this door, or I guess we're gonna say 2 because passing the door was 1.
Yep.
So you
Okay.
have other actions you can do. I believe you have 4 at this level?
I'm at level 5. I think it's still 3
Okay.
actions per turn.
Yeah, okay. So you have one more action that you can do to deal with the demon that will no doubt be coming through that door in a second.
Yeah. I mean, let's see. I already have my defense up, and it's a demon, right? So it's not black ice.
Yeah.
All right, then we're gonna put on a flak jacket.
All right. So yeah, you put that on, and then sure enough, this guy is dead. But we're just gonna move him off to the side because he technically exists if you jump out again, and that's something you can modify later. Is how powerful this thing is. Anyways, so yeah, sure enough, as soon as you're done, this, if it will move for me, moves into the room you are at. You know what I'm gonna do, just because it is easier this way, is I'm gonna add your token to this map so you can sort of track where you're at.
I was gonna suggest that actually.
I keep on losing this.
I'm here,
number.
so. Woohoo!
Is that attached to you? Let me check.
Boop.
Yeah, okay, you should be able to move that. Anyways.
Got it.
But yeah, the demon shows up, and it is an imp. One of the lower ones that you definitely are familiar with.
Aw, it's a little tiny imp.
Hmm.
Squish it.
It only has 2 actions, and one of them was to go through this door, and so it is going to attempt to attack you. So you roll your net run, plus I believe you have sort of an avoiding skill.
Is that speed or
Hmm.
or dodge?
Sorry, chat. The net running is complicated. I believe
It's like magic in D&D, but even more complicated.
a little, yeah. It's effectively like another programmer is attacking you, so I believe it's contested roll.
If you've ever played one of the 40k tabletop RPGs, hint, hint, it's like psychic powers in those games. That's the only hint you get. Clip it now.
Interface plus 1d10 or program defense, black ice defense plus 1d10. So that's.
But yeah, it's going to be your defense, so I believe it is just one of your interface skills. It's not slide, it's not virus, it's not zap.
Or it could just be my interface plus 1d10, I think.
It might just be your interface plus 1d10. We're going
Alright,
to go with that for now.
then we'll just roll it.
The old GM Fiat.
Oh, it's an 8. I'm sad.
Mm,
It's okay though, I have my flak equipped.
You're whack-a-flack.
It's,
Yeah, because unfortunately they have a much higher number, so... So, yeah, he definitely gets you, but it's not going to be extremely powerful because it is mostly just a zap.
so it has to get through my. It's the demon's a non-black ice, right?
Yeah.
So it'll have to get through the res on my flak first.
So it does 3 damage, which I don't know if that gets through or not.
Well,
Yeah.
did that get taken out of my out of the res on my flak?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, basically the flak is like extra health before it actually gets to you.
Yeah.
And you can always remove it and put it back on as a net action,
Yep.
which will refresh it. So, but yeah, that's all that the imp can do at this point.
Right. My turn.
Mhm.
Let's swing at it again with the bad hammer. +1. So that's 11.
Yep. Why is this taking so long? That's not how that works. I accidentally rolled a 1d110.
No, that's bad. I don't like those.
We
Wow.
don't want a
Rolled
47.
a 41. Nice.
Ooh, I hit.
But you get him. You just get him. I mean, visually, the imp is trying to like dodge around, and that's representing like a very complicated set of basically like call and response programs of like is this program, the banhammer, allowed to get to this point? No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. But he doesn't manage to make it.
And it's non-black ice, so we roll 3d6s.
10. 10 does pretty good. Oh, yeah, and he is technically critically hit because two of these these are... Never mind. It's not how that works. Doesn't matter. But yeah, you do 10, and you... This thing is not happy after you've hit it. It is very close to being completely de-rezzed. But it's
Call
still
it the
standing.
fucking Tim Hammer. God damn.
But you get 2 more actions, so you know.
And 14. Keep forgetting to like put a +1 because I'm just clicking my macro.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. Yeah, still doesn't manage to dodge. You get a second bop at this thing.
And whoop. Please roll. Are you gonna roll? It's going to roll.
Hey, yeah, that would have almost killed it if it was full health. It is gone. You just completely de-res this thing with another cartoony whop, and it's like flat, and then it dissolves.
She handing the bands out left and right, folks.
All right.
And so, anyways, you are temporarily out of combat because I think you realize with the scan you did, and as you look at this architecture, that technically the first 3 rooms are a sort of separate net than the second 3.
It's me.
You do know once you move past this door that the demon will know you're there.
Past this one?
Yeah. Once you move into any of the bottom 3, the demon will know you're there and start moving towards you again.
Right. Lynx is going to use her last action, as it were, this round to re-equip her flak.
Alrighty. But yeah, you don't have to keep track of actions until you move past that door, is what I'm saying.
Got it. Let's see. Let's pathfind again. +2, so that's 12. Just to double check locations of everything.
Yeah, well, I guess this is also an interesting point. This pathfind, even though you know that this room at the bottom exists, it doesn't make it to that room. And you know that means that the password between these 2 rooms at the bottom is going to be higher than 12. But it does mean that the other passwords are lower than 12.
All right, good to know. All right, time to ID this doorway. Or not ID, sorry, back door.
Yep.
Let's go.
That's going to make it.
Whooping?
We're here now. All right.
Yeah, the 12 almost made it to the bottom, so you are now in here. I think at the previous room you did notice there was a node for cameras, and here is a node for the outdoor guns.
One.
No, the 2 rooms you were just in. The room you were in was the outdoor cameras, and this one was the outdoor guns.
Got it. All right, and we're gonna try moving here.
Okay. Roll me another back door.
If the demon comes in to attack me, at least I won't have to deal with the black ice program at the same time.
This is true.
8 is probably not good enough.
Yeah, you can't backdoor in there, but thankfully this is also a good place to fail.
That's true. All right, we go again.
And
That
get
is
worse.
even worse.
Still not in there.
Re-roll again.
There it
14.
is. 3rd time's the charm.
All right, we're in.
Alrighty, yeah,
Ooh, I
that's
have to
definitely
use the
gonna make it in
restroom.
there.
I'm gonna do that. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back.
But yeah, you assume, and you're probably right, that this thing is the demon is starting to move the second you go in there. But you have 3 actions before it does anything.
Okay. Well, I already have my weapons equipped, my armor equipped. So, let's see.
There is a node in here for all of their data files, so you could do all 3 actions to try and modify that call real quick.
Let's go for it. 14.
Yeah, you get a hold of the file pretty easily, and you think it's going to take maybe 1 or 2 actions if you roll high enough to fully modify it, but you've identified it, and you are starting to sort of filter it out the same way that you did the call on Foxy's end.
Right, let's go again, see if we can't.
Hey, throw another one just to see what you get.
Another D10?
Yeah.
Cool. Boop.
Right.
But yeah, you managed to get this. Yeah, sorry, you manage to get a hold of this call, and it's a pretty good job. You might come back to like polish it up a bit just to make sure. But a 16 is pretty good.
All right, and then we'll spend that last one to just do a little bit of polish if we can. Nope.
Eh.
Meh.
I mean, it's pretty good. Anyways, what happens immediately after? Oh, stop that. I should have made these solid shapes because they're now very difficult to pick up. You can tell that the thing moves several rooms,
It's me.
and then it arrives in the same room that you are at, and you see that this is an Ifrit. It's a little more dangerous than an imp, although it's not technically more powerful. It's just takes a lot more hits to hurt.
Got it. I'm assuming that moving to where I am used up all of his actions?
Yeah, that's also true. It's a little faster than an Ifrit, but it doesn't seem to be able to do much else other than it arrived in the room.
Got it. Alright, net run +1! What is it? What do we got? Give me some love here.
It's a 13.
13.
That's always a lucky number, right?
Mm-hmm.
See? You beat it.
Yes!
I even used the +2.
Burn the +2 from chat and it wasn't enough.
And
Yep.
it's
very
not like
lucky
ice,
number.
so we whop
It
it.
is. So you whop it for 3d6.
Whop it.
You whop it.
Yeah, so you give this thing such a wallop that you know an imp would be gone, and this thing is definitely not happy with you, but is still standing.
Damn.
The Ifrit is this like humanoid figure made out of fire that just seems to be walking towards you, and I mean it's very realistic that you're very glad that this is not full VR. Otherwise, you'd probably be sweating profusely at this point.
Hit it again.
Be a little singed. Just a little
But
bit.
as it is now, it just looks like you would be hot right now. Like your avatar is sweating, but that's about it.
Alright.
But yeah, you have 2 more actions to see if you can defeat this thing.
Swing again! Please, please, please! 11.
That's not great.
It's not great.
It's not a fantastic number.
Oh
unfortunately, you
no,
are
I
beaten.
missed!
So yeah, as you swing at it, the thing just sort of like dissipates into smoke and then reforms again.
That's cheating.
Cheater,
It's a
cheater.
visual representation of a lot of complicated programming I don't understand.
That's cheating. That's not fair.
Alright,
But you have
Last-
one more.
13
Another
again.
13. The 13 hasn't failed us yet. Hey!
You get it. You
36
get
again.
it.
13 makes it happen. Come here, small dog.
11. You give it another swing, and you manage to squish it real good, and you can tell, only just got the thing.
You got it, but you did it.
But you did manage to. It tries to reform for a second after you've smashed it, and it just kind of sputters out.
Okay.
Call her one
Alright,
round
real quick.
Michelle. She never needs more than one round of combat to knock these fuckers out. You feel me?
Alright,
Definitely,
real
this
quick.
is the kind of combat where if you can strategically place yourself so they cannot attack you first, you got a lot going for you.
Because she's a genius. That's that one.
Alright. We're gonna head back up and try to break through the door.
Alrighty. That's one action to move. Or I guess you get to move as much as you want once you beat
Or
it.
I can
Wow. Yeah,
That's
you
the big
definitely
crit.
passed that pass.
Damn,
Don't worry about
That's
it.
the biggest
Don't
crit.
worry about even rolling the next 10.
The biggest crit ever.
Okay, so we're gonna go through and hope and get immediately chomped on by this black ice.
Probably.
Yep, you see this is another scorpion. It seems like they got a 2-for-1 deal or something.
Okay.
Damn it. Bargain
Do I need
bins.
to roll net run the speed +2 again?
Yeah, you gotta try and speed yourself faster than this, otherwise it is gonna get you.
Hit it hard. You hitting it hard. Do it.
You got it. You got it. You get to do your last 2 actions first.
Bop it.
Okay. Let's. I guess we swing at it.
Use your
Um,
last 2 actions to bop it.
No.
That's not bopping it, Michelle. I asked you specifically to bop it.
Roll
Unfortunately-
another die in case this thing rolls real low.
Hey, I got 2 1s, so that's a 6. Maybe
Alright.
maybe the scorpion is just gonna really epically fail. No,
Oh,
almost.
I mean, you almost beat it.
Close. Close.
All right, let's do this again. Net run +1, please.
God damn it,
Eight.
Michelle.
Whatever. I used it all up on the Ifrit.
Psych,
Alright.
you're fine. Never mind. You're great,
You
Michelle.
beat it.
I lied. You're fine.
All right,
But you only
2d6,
did 2d6, so
8 damage.
Yeah, you smack it real good, but it's still
Kerbunk.
standing.
Thanks. All right.
So much for one round, Michelle, huh?
So what happens is immediately after that, this scorpion shaped thing, its tail lashes out at you, and you have to do the same avoid roll that we did before.
Uh-huh.
And it is okay. You know that the scorpion is built for speed, but to be cheap. So that's its attack. You gotta roll to not be hit.
Oh, meets it.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Ty goes to the player in this case.
Cool.
So you manage to avoid this tail, and
Hey!
unlike the imps or the demons, Black Ice only get one move per turn.
Oh,
so-
that sucks. What? I was like,
Alright.
oh no, Michelle's about to get fucking thwomped on.
That would have been bad. That's why normally people just slide through.
That's fair.
Yeah, well, the difference is that Black Ice only gets one move, but it can go before you the moment you encounter it. If you don't check ahead the way Michelle is doing, or I guess the way Lynx is doing, you can get screwed up real fast if they're faster than you.
I see.
She spent the time to put these programs on, so.
Oh!
That's a crit.
The biggest crit ever.
But
Unfortunately, he
only a
rolls
+1.
another one. But that's 17.
So not quite the biggest crit ever.
But it's
You
a
still
big
make-
enough crit.
So yeah,
2d6.
give me those 2d6.
Thwomp it.
Nine.
Yeah, so this second smack was enough as you squish it real good.
It's thwompulated.
All right. Time to get through that last door
Yep.
and fail
Tell me-
epically.
Yeah, that's not gonna make it, but you kind of have all the time in the world now.
Keep rolling.
Nope.
Keep rolling.
Keep rolling.
Nope.
Keep
Rolling.
rolling. We
No.
Rolling.
keep it rolling.
Just get up one
We
in a
keep
row.
it rolling. We
Nah.
keep it going. Wait, hold on. I saw
Okay, okay,
13. I saw 13. Wait, stop.
The 13 still doesn't make it.
Oh my god, keep going. God damn it.
Okay, so a thing you can do is basically take 10. So you're like 10 actions. You take 10 times as long to add a +2.
You should do that. I feel like that
Yeah,
might
let's,
help you out at this point.
let's do that. This is gonna take forever.
Meanwhile, in order to keep my distraction going, I will have now called Dion and will be loudly screaming about some sports game.
Crit!
And of course, now she
No,
crits.
first, of course, as soon as you take your time. So, yeah, we'll get back to what Foxy's had to do to keep up this ruse. Don't you worry.
Oh,
But
no.
yeah, you get to the bottom here. And yeah, the room you were in previously had all the inside cameras, and this one has all the inside guns.
All right. Time to screw
bit-
around with passwords.
Yeah, so what you get to do is leave a virus, which is a specific ability.
Mhm.
So what you're going to do is roll. What does it say here? It is there's a DV, so there's something you have to roll for it, but I believe it is a skill you have.
It is one of my net architecture things.
Yeah, virus.
Yeah.
So if you have that set up already, do you know what to roll?
It's let's see. Can
I
leave your
believe
own
it's an
virus.
interface thing.
Yeah, so I have to describe the virus to you.
Mhm.
And then the more powerful the virus it is, the higher the DV to leave in the architecture. So I gotta just I gotta roll for the difficulty value, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Let's make these passwords really fucking dumb.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. So we'll make the password really how much difficult do you think would it be to make these like just downgrade the black ice a little bit, make it a bit.
Yeah, so the difficulty of changing the Ifrit to another imp will be very simple. You're literally just copying the imp that's already built for this architecture and deleting the Ifrit. If you also want to make the imps just a little weaker, that's going to be a little more difficult. I'm going to say that's going to go from like a 4 to an 8. And if you also want to add the passwords to that, we're going to say you're going to have to beat a 9.
Okay.
And if you want to make any serious changes to like, if you want to leave any traps, or if you want to mess with the black ice, that'll probably bump it to like a 10 to 12, depending on what you do there.
Can we leave a trap that'll let us ID like leave a trace on the net runner?
That's entirely possible. Yeah.
All
That's
right.
gonna definitely bump that up to a 10 if you want to do that. But you can leave the black ice as is if you would like, and then it'll
Yeah.
say like a 9.
Okay, so we'll leave the black ice as is. I'm sure Arasaka can handle it.
They'll be fine.
Like, look, if you're dumb enough to run in here without like checking for black ice, and you don't have anything to increase your speed, if you're that dumb, you get what you get.
Basically.
And it'd be
Alright.
funny.
Let's go. And I rolled a 1 again.
Damn it, Michelle.
You set up this virus, and it almost collapses the infrastructure that you're in. But you managed to save it because that's not going to be a super difficult thing. But you like almost have to jack out for a second.
Alright.
So it's actually going to
Alright.
increase the DV a bit.
Let's try again, and this time we'll roll with the luck. Alright, so we're gonna re-roll this with a luck point. And +1.
Hey!
And a
So-
d10.
That's...
So yeah, if you're using a luck point, then this is actually the same roll. I think that as you're building it, you kind of forget yourself and you build it for Arasaka architecture, but you stop yourself and you're like, wait, nope, sorry. And you do this for this system. And yeah, I'm gonna say with freaking 21, you can futz around with more stuff while you're in here if you'd like.
Ooh, then can we let's fuck around with the black ice. Let's make it
Mhm.
let's make the scorpions like a little bit slower. You
Yeah,
know,
okay.
not
Yeah, you're basically gonna change their speed stat from 6 to 4.
mm-hmm. And then maybe let's copy one and put it in the or actually, can we fuck around with the records room?
You absolutely can.
Do that thing you just saying.
Okay, can we do some data scrambling? Make it
Oh yeah. If you want with that roll, you can do damage to their system and make it look like Arasaka did it because that's a very good roll.
Ooh,
You should do that.
I like
that
this.
plan.
maybe we should do that.
Do
We're gonna make it look like Arasaka goons have got into their data banks and did a very messy looking scrape.
Mhm. So yeah, it's going to be that you're like, I know how these guys operate, and you effectively leave you're going to have to do this check also when you leave called cloak.
Mm-hmm.
But you make it look like someone scrambled all this data and then cloaked poorly. You also make all the changes to the architecture, and you leave a program that isn't a Black Ice program or a demon, but it's just a very simple like ping that when they enter this, it will effectively send you a message with just like a super long text file, but it is a text file full of every ounce of information from whatever netrunner goes across it, unless they roll a higher than 21 Pathfinder, they will not see it.
Nice.
Damn, son.
And you know, especially with net running, that's a crazy high number. You are hiding this super well.
Well done.
Okay.
But the last thing you do need to consider is you can mess around with some more stuff if you'd like, but before you leave, you do need a cloak. Otherwise, as soon as someone gets to the bottom of this, it's going to be extremely obvious that you did it. And probably the guys who run this system at Continental Brands will notice.
Yep. Time to cloak. And let's see if...
Kablamo!
13 is pretty good. Like, someone will have to beat that to investigate, and they have to do it at the lowest level. But you are extremely confident that the changes you made are subtle enough that no one's going to notice there's a problem until they get down here. And that's only if they roll high enough.
Or if they're even checking.
Yeah, they might not check, honestly. Like, especially because the whole thing is going to go down in a few days. People, especially for corporations, don't tend to check their net infrastructure every 2 or 3 days. It tends to be like a once-a-month thing.
Word. We got time then.
So, yeah, that's sort of the extent of what you do here as you sort of jack out and leave. Foxy, I'd like to see Fox roll me one extra persuasion roll or two to see how this conversation he's been having very loudly goes.
All right, I'll go with a persuasion roll. The goal right now is what I've done is having completely given up on this drunken woman shamble. I don't really give a fuck about her anymore. can go about her day. I'm just gonna agent call Dion and loudly gab about some random sports game that came on recently. Just loudly scream, just like, yo, did you see what happened in the fucking night? Insane they put this guy on the fucking field anymore, dude. Insane. He should retire. I don't know why he's still out there. Just like, and like so loud, like as I'm like screaming and like flailing my arms, but I'm like bumping into people, just like, hey, why the fuck you walking, man? I'm talking right now. You see it? It's just like I'm just being the most asshole-ish person I can in public right now.
Yeah, I get that.
So how did Dion react to this on the other end of the line?
Dion doesn't have much of a reaction, but he says, "Did you have to call me? Couldn't you have just pretended?"
I like that.
We're going for realism, kid. Just play along.
So with that persuasion, you do basically just like flirt with this lady for a bit, who's like, I know I'm good, but you don't like pursue that, and she leaves because she has stuff to do.
And let her go about her day.
You start having this call, this fake call, and you do notice that a bunch of people on the street are watching you, and then like the guards that are at the front of the door are watching you, but you roll high enough that like they don't try and stop you. They look annoyed. They do that eye-rolling thing that everyone does when someone does a big social faux pas in public. But they don't try and stop you.
Mission success.
But they are watching you, so it's a very good roll.
Mission success. All right, and then I'll keep doing this until I see Lynx creep out from the other side, and then they're just like, oh god, thank God.
Yeah. And then you managed to easily make it back to your car and sort of just head back. And now you know it's like a day and a half at this point, because this took like the next day. It is, I guess it's like a end of day Thursday by the time you get back. So there's like a day and then a bit before this whole thing goes down. I mean, I think that's maybe a good place for us to sort of stop the session for today.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Hack successful.
Mission complete.
So you have effectively set up a face data trail to implicate Arasaka, and Dion, once you hear everything that's gone on with the security, you kind of just keep tabs on the Arasaka like data stream, and it's part of your previous research. But you see that like, oh yeah, they've taken the bait. They've already gotten to this building and have probably started messing with some stuff themselves to make the way in even easier, because that's how they roll. But it's pretty successful, and I think that's the last thing that you guys know before it is the end of Thursday, and you just have to survive until the event happens with 2 hit squads that may or may not attack you at any time.
We'll just lay low. That's all. Let's lay low, keep it cool, mind our business, and do some drugs. Everything will be fine.
But I think that went really well.
I had a lot of fun with that. I enjoyed that quite a lot, personally.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, chat, for showing up.
Yeah.
Thank you, our new followers. It's very exciting.
You guys are great, by the way. Super appreciate that. We're like, pretty sure we're at like 47, 48 now. Like we're 3 away now. So like legit, super close. Again, not to spoil anything too much, but we do have our one campaign launching next Saturday, Seven Suns. Check that out. It's gonna be super exciting.
Don't pay attention to any promotional material you may have seen that said it was going to launch last Saturday.
It didn't. It wasn't real. It was a lie. It's all fake news. And
we spent time to improve it, so
Exactly. And no, legit, we spent time to improve. We added a 5th character who will be joining us, and that'll be super fun. There'll be a lot of exciting things happening. And then also outside of that, we got another super fun campaign that I am brewing up on and cooking up on. I'll be sending out some DMs about player invites for that probably today or tomorrow. So hopefully that launches within the next 30 days. So we got 30 days to make 3 followers, get some more stream content out. I promise you guys more exciting, fun things will be happening. And I guess we want to do the outros. Tate, take it away.
Yeah, my name's Tate Washburn. You can find me on Twitter at @kinda_writing. I mostly talk about tabletop stuff and politics, and I'm sarcastic and pretend like I write with any amount of consistency. But what you really should do is follow the Twitter for this channel, which I need to look up and make sure I have right, because last time I said the wrong name.
Is it Neon Lights R Play?
That.
The letter R.
It's that.
Yeah. Neon Lights R Play.
Because Neon Lights RP was taken, unfortunately.
Yeah. And that's where all of our stuff is going to be. Thank you, Tim, for putting those in the chat.
Because look, Tim's on top of it, always and forever. Thank you, Tim. You're great. You're a great soul, you. Speaking of which, what's going on, folks? It's Young Foxy, aka Big Foxy, aka Favorite Foxy, aka Fronto Leaf Foxy. New nickname alert. And if you're looking for me, you can find me on Twitter at twitter.com/young_foxy. I dunk on right wingers and apparently people who don't think dinosaurs are real. And I talk a lot of shit apparently. I also apparently rant about the Dragon game every now and then. And I also talk about ideas that I have for tabletop games that I'm making because there's like 6 or so on that list now. But that's a whole separate story. But yeah, check the stream out. Hit us up on Discord. The Discord link is in the description. Chat with us. We do memes. We share art. I give really awesome poetry feedback. If you want to post anything, whether it's like a short story, a poem you write, I will give you awesome feedback and encourage you to write more because that's what I do because I am Poetry Dad. It's my job. So yeah, come be tuned in for all that shit.
Poetry Dad is a good nickname.
Yo, honestly, low-key
Poetry
Poetry
Dad
Dad's
is
a
a
good
good
nickname. I might add that to the list. But now the list is getting even longer. We'll see. We'll talk about
And
it.
they keep getting longer. Don't worry about
It's
it.
gonna keep getting longer. I'm just gonna be like 45 seconds of stream, just like, yeah, what's going on, guys? It's Young Foxy, aka Big Foxy, aka. Anyway, that's all I got. Joe, take it away.
Hi, my name's Joe. I
And it worked.
stream
Yeah, it
sometimes.
worked.
You can find me on Twitch at Joe Hate Club. On Twitter, different at.
At Impact
Um,
Font Joe.
It's a very good name.
If you don't like it so much, why not just change it? Make it Joe Hate Club.
I can't. That's taken.
Someone's
Oh.
taking it, or someone's using it. Why don't you just change the channel Twitter, and make it Neon Lights RP, huh?
Yeah.
Probably not.
It's so easy, huh?
But
Fair enough. You got
I
me
used
there.
to make music. Maybe one day I will again.
You should do,
It's good
you should do
music
more
too,
of that.
guys. It's good music.
Thank you.
It's good shit, definitely.
Anyways, Dan.
Yeah. I am on Twitter at LandTheDan, all one word. I tweet about food and wrestling mostly, and I think I'm funny.
I think he's
maybe
pretty funny,
you will
too.
We agree generally sometimes. Mostly.
Most of the time.
I'm Michelle. I have no social media. Just no.
She's not real. Don't perceive her. You're
Well,
not
okay,
allowed.
You
You don't have
actually just
consent to
follow them.
perceive her.
There's Discord, and that's about.
If you need to
It's funny
find her,
thing.
she has LinkedIn.
Oh, that's
Oh,
true.
no.
I forgot.
Don't
about
plug your LinkedIn. That's
I
probably
Don't plug your
dangerous.
LinkedIn. Please. Please
I
don't plug your fucking LinkedIn.
I won't. I don't think I kind of forgot that I actually had one.
No, I think we all forget most of the time that we have one, right?
I updated mine
When
recently
you're
because I need a job.
unemployed.
But besides that, yeah. So that's really all we got. Stay tuned next Saturday for the launch of Seven Sons, and then for the Sunday after that for more Neon Night City Lights. And ideally, if I've gotten off my ass by then, hopefully the week after that, a third thing will be happening that'll be fun for the Emperor, so to speak. And having said that, you guys should take care of yourselves, be safe, and love freely. I don't know. That's all I got. Anyway, just be safe and love and take care of yourselves. Okay, guys.
We'll see you next time.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.